is also coffee time as well. So I'm going to have a little sip of this first. Now this is a brand new book that I've wanted to read for a while. It's a children's story, children's classic. As you can see, it's a brand new book. Never been read before. Let me tell you something about the author first. Mary Norton was born in London in 1903 and brought up in the Manor House in Leighton Buzzard in Bedfordshire, which was to become their setting for the borrowers. After attending a convent school, she got a secretarial job from which she was sacked. The theatre was her great love, and she spent the 2 happiest years of her life performing on stage at the Old Vic Theatre. She then moved to Portugal with her husband, but returned to England during the Second World War, where she spent 2 years working for the War Office. In 1941, her husband was in the Navy, and she was given a war job in America. She took her 4 children and worked for 2 years for the British Purchasing Commission in New York. It was during this time that she began writing. After the war, they all moved back to London, where Mary continued writing and was able to revive her acting career to help pay her children's school fees. Published in 1952, The Borrowers won the Carnegie Medal. After her husband's death, Mary married Lionel Bonsey in 1970, and she died in 1992. Now this is a nice illustrated version of this story as well. As you can see. So I'm just going to have a sip of coffee and then we'll begin. It was Mrs. May who first told me about them. No, not me. How could it have been me, a wild, untidy, self-willed little girl who stared with angry eyes and was said to crunch her teeth? Kate, she should have been called. Yes, that was it, Kate. Not that the name matters much either way. She barely comes into the story. Mrs. May lived in 2 rooms in Kate's parents' house in London. She was, I think, some kind of relation. Her bedroom was on the 1st floor, and her sitting room was a room which, as part of the house, was called the breakfast room. Now, breakfast rooms are all right in the morning when the sun streams in on the toast and marmalade, but by afternoon they seem to vanish a little and to fill with a strange silvery light, their own twilight. There is a kind of sadness in them then, but as a child it was a sadness Kate liked. She would creep in to Mrs. May just before tea time, and Mrs. May would teach her to crochet. Mrs. May was old, her joints were stiff, and she was not strict exactly, but she had that inner certainty which does instead. Kate was never wild with Mrs. May, nor untidy, nor self lost your tongue?" "No," said Kate, pulling at her shoe button. "I've lost the crochet hook." They were making a bed quilt in woolen squares. There were 30 still to do. "I know where I put it," she went on hastily. "I put it on the bottom shelf of the bookcase, just beside my bed." "On the bottom shelf," repeated Mrs. May, her own needle flicking steadily in the firelight. "Near the floor." "Yes," said Kate, "but I looked on the floor, under the rug, everywhere. The wool was still there, though, just where I'd left it." "Oh dear," exclaimed Mrs. May lightly. "Don't say they're in this house too." "That what are?" asked Kate. "The borrowers," said Mrs. May. And in the half-light she seemed to smile. Kate stirred a little fearfully. "Are they such things?" she asked for a moment. "As what?" Kate blinked her eyelids. "As people, other people, living in a house, who borrow things." Mrs. May laid down her work. "What do you think?" she asked. "I don't know," said Kate, looking away and pulling hard at her shoe button. "There can't be, and yet," she raised her head, "and yet sometimes I think there must be." "Why do you think there must be?" asked Mrs. May. "Because of all the things that disappear. Safety pins, for instance. Factories go on making safety pins, and every day people go on buying safety pins, and yet, somehow, there never is a safety pin just when you want one. Where are they all? Now, at this minute. Where do they go to? Take needles," she went on. "All the needles my mother ever bought. There must be hundreds. Can't just be lying about this house." "Not lying about the house, no," agreed Mrs. May. "And all the other things we keep on buying, again and again and again, like pencils and matchboxes and sealing wax and hair slides and drawing pins and thimbles." "And hat pins," put in Mrs. May, "and blotting paper." "Yes, blotting paper," agreed Kate, "but not hat pins." "That's where you're wrong," said Mrs. May, and she picked up her work again. "There was a reason for hat pins." Kate stirred. "A reason," she repeated. "I mean, what kind of reason?" "Well, there were 2 reasons, really. A hat pin is a very useful weapon, and—" Mrs. May laughed suddenly. "But it all sounds such nonsense, and—" she hesitated. "It was so very long ago." "But tell me," said Kate. "Tell me how you know about the hat pin. Did you ever see one?" Mrs. May threw a startled glance. "Well, yes," she began. "Not a hat pin," exclaimed Kate impatiently. "What knows why, she thought for a moment, still smiling to herself. Yes, why he told us such impossible stories, such strange imaginings. He was jealous, I think, because we were older, and because we could read better. He wanted to impress us. He wanted, perhaps, to shock us. And yet, she looked into the fire. There was something about him, perhaps because we were brought up in India among mystery and magic and legend, something that made us think that he saw things that other people could not see. Sometimes we'd know he was teasing, but at other times, well, we were not so sure. She leaned forward and, in her tidy way, brushed a fan of loose ashes under the grate. Then, brush in hand, she stirred again at the fire. He wasn't a very strong little boy. The first time he came home from India, he got rheumatic fever. He missed a whole term at school and was sent away to the country to get over it, to the house of a great aunt. Later, I went there myself. It was a strange old house. She hung up the brush on its brass hook, and dusting her hands on her handkerchief, she picked up her work. "Better light the lamp," she said. "Not yet," begged Kate, leaning forward. "Please go on. Please tell me." "But I've told you." "No, you haven't. This old house, wasn't that where he saw? He saw," Mrs. May laughed, "where he saw the borrowers. Yes, that's what he told us. What he'd have us believe. And what's more, it seems that he didn't just see them, but that he got to know them very well, that he became part of their lives, as it were. In fact, you might almost say that he became a borrower himself. Oh, do tell me, please. Try to remember, right from the very beginning." "But I do remember," said Mrs. May. "Oddly enough, I remember it better than many real things which have happened. Perhaps it was a real thing. I just don't know. You see, on the way back to India, my brother and I had to share a cabin. My sister used to sleep with our governess, and on those very hot nights, often we couldn't sleep, and my brother would talk for hours and hours, going over old ground, repeating conversations, telling me details again and again, wondering how they were and what they were doing, and they. Who were they exactly? Homily, Pod, and little Arietti. Pod, yes, even their names were never quite right. They imagined they had their own names, quite different from human names, but with half an ear you could tell they were borrowed. Even Uncle Henry's and Eggletina's, everything they had was borrowed. They had nothing of their own at all. Nothing. In spite of this, my brother said they were touchy and conceited and thought they owned the world. How do you mean? They thought human beings were just invented to do the dirty work, great slaves put there for them to use. At least, that's what they told each other. But my brother said that underneath he thought they were frightened. It was because they were frightened, he thought, that they had grown so small. Each generation had become smaller and smaller, and more hidden. In the olden days, it seems, and in some parts of England, our ancestors talked quite openly about the little people. "Yes," said Kate, "I know." as far as some of them were concerned, a trifle cold and empty. Great Aunt Sophie was bedridden through a hunting accident some 20 years before, and as for other human beings, there was only Mrs. Driver, the cook, Crampfurl, the gardener, and at rare intervals, an odd housemaid or such. My brother, too, when he went there after rheumatic fever, had to spend long hours in bed, and for those first weeks it seems the borrowers did not know of his existence. He slept in the old night nursery beyond the schoolroom. The schoolroom at that time was sheeted and shrouded and filled with junk, odd trunks, a broken sewing machine, a desk, a dressmaker's dummy, a table, some chairs, and a disused pianola. As the children who had used it, Great Aunt Sophie's children had long since grown up, married, died, or gone away. The night nursery opened out of the schoolroom, and from his bed my brother could see the oil painting of the Battle of Waterloo, which hung above the schoolroom fireplace, and on the wall a corner cupboard with glass doors in which were set out on hooks and shelves a doll's tea service, very delicate and old. At night, if the schoolroom door was open, he had a view down the lighted passage which led to the staircase, and it would comfort him to see each evening at dusk Mrs. Driver appear at the head of the stairs and cross the passage carrying a tray for Aunt Sophie with Bath Oliver biscuits and a tall cut-glass decanter of fine old pale Madeira. On her way out, Mrs. Driver would pause and lower the gas jet in the passage to a dim blue flame, and then he would watch her as she stumped away downstairs, sinking slowly out of sight between the banisters. Under this passage, in the hall below, there was a clock, and through the night you would hear it strike the hours. It was a grandfather clock and very old. Mr. Frith of Leighton Buzzard came each month to wind it, as his father had come before him, and his great-uncle before that. For 80 years, they said, and to Mr. Frith's certain knowledge, it had not stopped, and as far as anyone could tell, for as many years before that. The great thing was that it must never be moved. It stood against the wainscot, and the stone flags around it had been washed so often that a little platform, my brother said, rose up inside, and under this clock, below the wainscot, there was a hole. Chapter 2. It was Pod's hole, the keep of his fortress, the entrance to his home. Not that his home was anywhere near the clock, far from it, as you might say. There were yards of dark and dusty passageway, with wooden doors between the joists and metal gates against the mice. Pod used all kinds of things for these gates, passages to the hole under the clock, and only Pod could open the gates. There were complicated clasps made of hair slides and safety pins of which Pod alone knew the secret. His wife and child led more sheltered lives in home-like apartments under the kitchen, far removed from the risks and dangers of the dreaded house above. But there was a grating in the brick wall of the house, just below the floor level of the kitchen above, through which Ariete could see the garden, a piece of gravelled path, and a bank where crocuses bloomed in spring, where blossom drifted from an unseen tree, and where later an azalea bush would flower, and where birds came and pecked and flirted and sometimes fought. The hours you waste on them birds, Homily would say, and when there's a little job to be done, you can never find the time. I was brought up in a house, Homily went on, where there wasn't no grating, and we were all the happier for it. Now go off and get me the potato. That was the day when Ariete, rolling the potato before her from the storehouse down the dusty lane under the floorboards, kicked it ill-temperedly so that it rolled rather fast into the kitchen, where Homily was stooping over the stove. "There you go again," exclaimed Homily, turning angrily, nearly pushed me into the soup, and when I say potato, I don't mean the whole potato. Take the scissor, can't you, and cut off a slice. Didn't know how much you wanted, Arietta had mumbled, as Homily, snorting and sniffing, unhooked the blade and handle of half a pair of manicure scissors from a nail on the wall and began to cut through the peel. "You've ruined this potato," she grumbled. "You can't roll it back now in all that dust, not once it's been cut open." "Oh, what does it matter?" said Ariete. "There are plenty more." "That's a nice way to talk, plenty more. Do you realise," Homily went on gravely, laying down the half-nail scissor, "that your poor father risks his life every time he borrows a potato?" "I meant," said Ariete, "that there are plenty more in the storeroom." "Well, out of my way now," said Homily, bustling around again. "Whatever you meant, and let me get the supper." Ariete had wandered through the open door into the sitting room. The fire had been lighted and the room looked bright and cosy. Homily was proud of her sitting room. The walls had been papered with scraps of old letters out of waste paper baskets, and Homily had arranged the handwriting sideways in vertical stripes which ran from floor to ceiling. On the walls, repeated in various colours, hung several portraits of Queen Victoria as a girl. These were postage stamps borrowed by Pod some years ago from the stamp box on the desk in the morning room. There was a lacquer trinket box, padded inside and with the lid open, which they used as a settle, and that useful standby, a chest of drawers made of matchboxes. There was a round table with a red velvet cloth, which Pod had made from the wooden bottom of a pillbox, supported on the carved pedestal of a knight from the chess set. This had caused a great deal of trouble upstairs. When Aunt Sophie's eldest son, on a flying midweek visit, had invited the vicar for a game of after-dinner, Rosa Pickhatchet, who was housemaid at the time, gave in her notice. Not long after, she had left other things were found to be missing, and from that time onwards Mrs. Driver ruled supreme. The night itself, its bust, so to speak, released Ariette's favourite, Bryce's Tom Thumb Diary and Proverb book, with a saying for each day of the year, and as a preface, the life story of a little man called General Tom Thumb, who married a girl called Mercy Lavinia Bump. There was an engraving of their carriage and pair, with little horses, the size of mice. Ariette was not a stupid girl. She knew that horses could not be as small as mice, but she did not realise that Tom Thumb, nearly 2 feet high, would seem a giant to a borrower. Ariette had learned to read from these books and to write by leaning sideways and copying out the writings on the walls. In spite of this, she did not always keep her diary, although on most days she would take the book out for the sake of the saying, which sometimes would comfort her. Today it said, "You may go farther and fare worse," and underneath, Order of the Garter, instituted 1348. She carried the book to the fire and sat down with her feet on the hob. "What are you doing, Ariette?" called Homily from the kitchen. "Writing my diary." "Oh," exclaimed Homily shortly. "What did you want?" asked Ariette. She felt quite safe. Homily liked her to write. Homily encouraged any form of culture. Homily herself, poor ignorant creature, could not even say the alphabet. "Nothing, nothing," said Homily crossly, banging away with the pan lids. "It'll do later." Ariette took out her pencil. It was a small white pencil with a piece of silk cord attached, which had come off a dance programme. But even so, in Ariette's hand it looked like a rolling pin. "Ariette," called Homily again from the kitchen. "Yes." "Put a little something on the fire, will you?" Ariette braced her muscles and heaved the book off her knees and stood it upright on the floor. They kept the fuel, assorted slag and crumbled candle grease, in a pewter mustard pot and shovelled it out with the spoon. Ariette trickled only a few grains, tilting the mustard spoon not to spoil the blaze. Then she stood there basking in the warmth. It was a charming fireplace, made by Ariette's grandfather, with a cog-wheel from the stables, part of an old cider press. The spokes of the cog-wheel stood out in starry rays, and the fire itself nestled in the centre. Above, there was a chimney-piece made from a small brass funnel, inverted. This at one time belonged to an oil lamp which matched it, and which stood in the old days on the hall table upstairs. An arrangement of pipes from the spout of the funnel carried the fumes into the kitchen flues. Above, the fire was laid with matchsticks and fed with assorted slack, and as it burned up, the iron would become hot, and Homily would simmer soup on the spokes in a silver thimble, and Ariette would broil nuts. How cosy those winter evenings could be. Ariette, her great book on her knees, sometimes reading aloud. Pod at his last. He was a shoemaker, and made button boots out of kid gloves, now, alas, only for his family, and Homily quiet at last with her knitting. Homily knitted their jerseys and stockings on black-headed pins, and sometimes on darning needles. A great reel of silk or cotton would stand table-high beside her chair, and sometimes, if she pulled too sharply, the reel would tip up and roll away out of the open door into the dusty passage which was warm and cosy and soaked up the spills. Homily would renew it at intervals when it became available upstairs, but since Aunt Sophie had taken to her bed, Mrs. Driver seldom thought of blotting paper, unless suddenly there were guests. Homily liked things which saved washing, because drying was difficult under the floor. Water they had in plenty, hot and cold, thanks to Pod's father, who had tapped the pipes from the kitchen boiler. They bathed in a small tureen which once had held pâté de foie gras. When you had wiped out your bath, you were supposed to put the lid back to stop people putting things in it. The soap, too, a great cake of it, hung on a nail in the scullery, and they scraped pieces off. Homily liked coal tar, but Pod and Arrietty preferred sandalwood. "What are you doing now, Arrietty?" called Homily from the kitchen. "Still writing my diary." Once again, Arrietty took hold of the book and heaved it back onto her knees. She licked the lead of her great pencil and stirred a moment, deep in thought. She allowed herself, when she did remember to write, one little line on each page, because she would never, of this she was sure, have another diary, and if she could get 20 lines on each page, the diary would last her 20 years. She had kept it for nearly 2 years already, and today, the 22nd of March, she read last year's entry. Mother cross. She thought a while longer, then at last she put ditto marks under mother and worried under cross. "What did you say you were doing, Arrietty?" called Homily from the kitchen. Arrietty closed the book. "Nothing," she said. "Then chop me up this onion. There's a good girl. Your father's late tonight." So I hope you enjoyed the first 2 chapters of The Borrowers. If you did enjoy it, let me know in the comments below, and I'll do more chapters in future videos. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to continue with the story of The Borrowers by Mary Norton. We are up to chapter 3. Sighing, Arrietty put away her diary and went into the kitchen. She took the onion ring from Homily and slung it lightly round her shoulders while she foraged for a piece of razor blade. "Really, Arrietty," exclaimed Homily, "not on your clean jersey. Do you want to smell like a bit bucket? Here, take the scissor." Arrietty stepped through the onion ring. As though it were a child's hoop, and began to chop it into segments. "Your father's late," muttered Homily again, "and it's my fault, as you might say. Oh dear, exclaimed Ariete suddenly. Homily brushed away a tear. No, she said, wanly. What? I could climb a curtain. Homily rose up. Ariete, you dare stand there in cold blood and say a thing like that? But I could. I could borrow. I know I could. Oh, gasped Homily. Oh, you wicked heathen girl, how could you speak so? And she crumpled up again on the cork stool. So it's come to this, she said. Now, mother, please, begged Ariete. Now don't take on. But don't you see, Ariete, gasped Homily. She stared down at the table, at a loss for words, and then at last she raised a haggard face. My poor child, she said, don't speak like that of borrowing. You don't know, and thank goodness you will never know. She dropped her voice to a fearful whisper. What it's like upstairs. Ariete was silent. What is it like? She asked after a moment. Homily wiped her face on her apron and smoothed back her hair. Your uncle Hendriri, she began, Eglatina's father. And then she paused. Listen, she said. What's that? Echoing on the wood was a faint vibration, the sound of a distant click. Your father, exclaimed Homily. Oh, look at me. Where's the comb? They had a comb, a little silver 18th century eyebrow comb from the cabinet in the drawing room upstairs. Homily ran it through her hair and rinsed her poor red eyes, and when Pod came in, she was smiling and smoothing down her apron. Chapter 4. Pod came in slowly, his sack on his back. He leaned his hat pin with its dangling name tape against the wall, and on the middle of the kitchen table he placed a doll's teacup. It seemed the size of a mixing bowl. Why, Pod, began Homily. Got the saucer too, he said. He swung down the sack and untied the neck. Here you are, he said, drawing out the saucer. Matches it. He had a round, currant, bunny sort of face. Tonight it looked flabby. Oh, Pod, said Homily, you do look queer. Are you all right? Pod sat down. I'm fair enough, he said. You went up the curtain, said Homily. Oh, Pod, you shouldn't have. It's shaken you. Pod made a strange face. His eyes swiveled round towards Ariete. Homily stared at him, her mouth open, and then she turned. Come along, Ariete, she said briskly. You pop off to bed, now, like a good girl, and I'll bring you some supper. Oh, said Ariete, can't I see the rest of the borrowings? Your father's got nothing now, only food. Off you pop to bed. You've seen the cup and saucer. Ariete went into the sitting room to put away her diary and took some time, fixing her candle on the upturned drawing pin which served as a holder. Whatever are you doing? Grumbled Homily. Give it here. There, that's the way. Now off to bed and fold your clothes, mind. Good night, Papa, said Ariete, kissing his flat white cheek. Careful of the light, he said mechanically, and watched her with his round eyes until she had closed the door. Now, Pod, said Homily, when they were alone, tell me, what's the matter? Pod looked at her blankly. I've said. The other side of the world. That's where they say it is, all among the earthworms. It's 2 fields away, above the spinney, said Bod. Nuts, that's what they eat, and berries. I wouldn't wonder if they don't eat mice. You've eaten mice yourself, Bod reminded her. All draughts and fresh air and the children growing up wild. Think of Arietti, said Amelie. Think of the way she's been brought up. An only child. She'd catch her death. It's different for Hendriri. Why? Asked Bod. He's got 5. That's why, exclaimed Amelie. When you've got 5, they're brought up rough. But never mind that now. Who saw you? A boy, said Bod. A what? Exclaimed Amelie, staring. A boy. Bod sketched out a rough shape in the air with his hands. You know, a boy. But there isn't. I mean, what sort of a boy? I don't know what you mean. What sort of a boy? A boy in a nightshirt. A boy. You know what a boy is, don't you? Yes, said Amelie. I know what a boy is, but there hasn't been a boy, not in this house, these 20 years. Well, said Bod, there's one here now. Amelie stared at him in silence, and Bod met her eyes. Where did he see you? Asked Amelie at last. In the schoolroom. Oh, said Amelie. When you was getting the cup. Yes, said Bod. Haven't you got eyes? Asked Amelie. Couldn't you have looked first? There's never nobody in the schoolroom, and what's more, he went on, there wasn't today. Then where was he? In bed, in the night nursery or whatever it's called. That's where he was, sitting up in bed, with the doors open. Well, you could have looked in the nursery. How could I, halfway up the curtain? Is that where you was? Yes. With the cup? Yes, I couldn't get up or down. Oh, Bod, wailed Amelie. I should never have let you go, not at your age. Now look here, said Bod. Don't mistake me. I got up all right. Got up like a bird, as you might say. Bubbles or no bubbles. But he leaned towards her. Afterwards, with the cup in me hand, if you see what I mean. He picked it up off the table. You see, it's heavy like. You can hold it by the handle like this, but it drops or droops, as you might say. You should take a cup like this in your 2 hands. A bit of cheese off a shelf or an apple. When I drop that, give it a push and it falls and it climbs down in my own time and picks it up. But with a cup, you see what I mean? And coming down, you got to watch your feet. And as I say, some of the bubbles was missing. You didn't know what you could hold on to, not safely. Oh, Bod, said Amelie, her eyes full of tears. What did you do? Well, said Bod, sitting back again. He took the cup. What do you mean? Exclaimed Amelie aghast. Bod avoided her eyes. Well, he'd been sitting up in bed there watching me. I'd been on that curtain a good 10 minutes, because the hall clock had just struck the quarter. But how do you mean? He took the cup. Well, he got out of bed, and there he was, standing, looking up. I'll take the cup, he said. Oh, gasped Amelie, her eyes staring. And you gave it to him? He took it, said Bod, ever so gentle, and then, when I was down, he gave it to me. Amelie put her face in her hands. Now, don't like these cousins. She can read, Pod, and sew a treat. He don't know where we live, said Pod. But they look, exclaimed Homily. Remember Hendreary? They got the cat and... Now, said Pod, don't bring up the past. But you've got to think of it. They got the cat and... Yes, said Pod, but Eglantine was different. How different? She was Ariette's age. Well, they hadn't told her, you see. That's where they went wrong. They tried to make her believe that there wasn't nothing, but was under. The floor. They never told her about Mrs. Driver or Gramfurl, least of all about cats. There wasn't any cat, Homily pointed out, not till Hendreary was seen. Well, there was then, said Pod. You got to tell them, that's what I say, or they try to find out for themselves. Pod, said Homily solemnly, we haven't told Ariette. Oh, she knows, said Pod. He moved uncomfortably. She's got her grating. She doesn't know about Eglantine. She doesn't know about being seen. Well, said Pod, we'll tell her. We always said we would. There's no hurry. Homily stood up. Pod, she said, we're going to tell her tonight. Chapter 5. Ariette had not been asleep. She had been lying under her knotted coverlet, staring up at the ceiling. It was an interesting ceiling. Pod had built Ariette's bedroom out of 2 cigar boxes, and on the ceiling, lovely painted ladies dressed in swirls of chiffon blew long trumpets against a background of blue sky. Below, there were feathery palm trees and small white houses set about a square. It was a glamorous scene, above all by candlelight, but tonight Ariette had stirred without seeing. The wood of a cigar box is thin, and Ariette, lying straight and still under the quilt, had heard the rise and fall of worried voices. She had heard her own name. She had heard Homily exclaim, "Nuts and berries, that's what they eat." And she had heard, after a while, the heartfelt cry of, "What shall we do?" So when Homily appeared beside her bed, she wrapped herself obediently in her quilt, and padding in her bare feet along the dusty passage, she joined her parents in the warmth of the kitchen. Crouched on her little stool, she sat clasping her knees, shivering a little and looking from one face to another. Homily came beside her, and kneeling on the floor, she placed an arm around her sideways on the handle of the bureau and steadying yourself on the key. That's what your father does if he ever goes into the drawing room. They said it was a liver pill, put in Pod. How do you mean? Asked Tomley, startled. A liver pill for Loopy. Pod spoke wearily. Someone started a rumour, he went on, that there were liver pills on the drawing room mantelpiece. Oh, said Omely, and looked thoughtful. I never heard that. All the same, she exclaimed, it was stupid and foolhardy. There's no way down except by the bell pull. She dusted him, they say, with a feather duster, and he stood so still alongside a cupid that she might never have noticed him if he hadn't sneezed. She was new, you see, and didn't know the ornaments. We heard her screeching right here under the kitchen, and they could never get her to clean anything much after that. That wasn't chairs or tables, least of all the tiger skin rug. I don't hardly never bother with the drawing room, said Pod. Everything's got its place, like, and they see what goes. There might be a little something left on a table or down the side of a chair, but not without there's been company, and there never is no company, not for the last 10 or 12 year. Sitting here in this chair, I can tell you by heart every blessed thing that's in that drawing room, working round from the cabinet by the window to the... There's a mint of things in that cabinet, interrupted Omely. Solid silver, some of them. A solid silver violin. They got there, strings and all, just right for our Ariete. What's the good, asked Pod, of things behind glass? Couldn't you break it, suggested Ariete. Just a corner, just a little tap, just a... Her voice faltered as she saw the shocked amazement on her father's face. Listen here, Ariete, began Omely angrily, and then she controlled herself and patted Ariete's clasped hands. She don't know much about borrowing, she explained to Pod. You can't blame her. She turned again to Ariete. Borrowing's a skilled job, an art like. Of all the families who've been in this house, there's only us left. And do you know for why? Because your father, Ariete, is the best borrower that's been known in these parts since, well, before your granddad's time. Even your Aunt Loopy admitted that much. When he was younger, I've seen your father walk the length of a laid dinner table after the gong was rung, taking a nut or sweet from every dish, and down by a fold in the tablecloth as the first people came in at the door. He'd do it just for fun, wouldn't you, Pod? Pod smiled wanly. There weren't no sense in it, he said. Maybe, said Omely, but you did it. Who else would dare? I were younger then, said Pod. He sighed and turned to Ariete. You don't break things, lass. That's not the way to do it. That's not borrowing. We were rich then, said Omely. Oh, we did have some lovely things. You were only a tot, Ariete, and wouldn't remember. We had a whole suite of walnut furniture out of the doll's house, and a set of wine glasses in green glass, and a musical snuff box, and the cousins would come and we'd have parties. Do you remember, Pod? Not only the cousins, the harpsichords came, everybody came, except those overmantels from the morning room, and we'd dance, and the young people would sit out by the grating. 3 tunes that snuff box played: Clementine, God Save the Queen, and the used to chase gallop. We were the envy of everybody, even the Overmantles. Who were the Overmantles? Asked Arrietty. Oh, you must have heard me talk of the Overmantles, exclaimed Homily. That stuck-up lot who lived in the wall, high up, among the lath and plaster, behind the mantelpiece, in the morning room. And a queer lot they were. The men smoked all the time because the tobacco jars were kept there, and they'd climb about and in and out the carvings of the overmantel, sliding down pillars and showing off. The women were a conceited lot too, always admiring themselves in all those bits of overmantel looking glass. They never asked anyone up there, and I, for one, never wanted to go. I've no head for heights, and your father never liked the men. He's always lived steady, your father has, and not only the tobacco jars, but the whisky decanters too, were kept in the morning room, and they say those overmantel men would suck up the dregs in the glasses through those quill pipe cleaners they keep there on the mantelpiece. I don't know whether it's true, but they do say that those overmantel men used to have a party every Tuesday after the bailiff had been to talk business in the morning room. Laid out, they'd be dead drunk, or so the story goes, on the green plush tablecloth, all among the tin boxes and the account books. Now, Homily, protested Pod, who did not like gossip. I never seed 'em, but you wouldn't put it past them, Pod. You said yourself, when I married you, not to call on the Overmantles. They live so high, said Pod, that's all. Well, they were a lazy lot, that much you can't deny. They never had no kind of home life, kept themselves warm in winter by the heat of the morning room fire, and ate nothing but breakfast food. Breakfast, of course, was the only meal served in the morning room. What happened to them? Asked Arrietty. Well, when the master died, and she took to her bed, there was no more use for the morning room, so the Overmantles had to go. What else could they do? No food, no fire. It's a bitter cold room in winter. And the Hopsichords? Asked Arrietty. Homily looked thoughtful. Well, they were different. I'm not saying they weren't stuck up too, because they were. Your Aunt Loopy, who married your Uncle Hendreary, was a harpsichord by marriage, and we all know the airs she gave herself. Now, Homily, began Pod. Well, she'd no right to. She was only a rain-pipe from the stables before she married Hopsichord. Didn't she marry Uncle Hendreary? Asked Arrietty. Yes, later. She was a widow with 2 children. I should like, began Arrietty. So he didn't have your advantages, went on Homily breathlessly. And just because the Hopsicords lived in the drawing room, they moved in there in 1837 to a hole in the wainscot, just behind where the Hopsicord used to stand, if ever there was one, which I doubt, and were really a family called Linen Press or some such name, and changed it to Hopsicord. What did they live on? Asked Arrietty in the drawing room. Afternoon tea, said Homily. Nothing but afternoon tea. No wonder the children grew up peaky. Of course, in the old days it was better. Muffins and crumpets and such, and good rich cake and jams and jellies. And there was one old Harpsichord who could remember syllabub of an evening. But they had to do their borrowing in such a rush, poor things, on wet days when the human beings sat all afternoon in the drawing room. The tea would be brought in and taken away again without a chance of the Harpsichords getting near it, and on fine days it might be taken out into the garden. Loopy has told me that sometimes there were days and days when they lived on crumbs and under water out of the flower vases. So you can't be too hard on them. Their only comfort, poor things, was to show off a bit and talk like ladies and gentlemen. Did you ever hear your Aunt Loopy talk? Yes. No, I can't remember. Oh, you should have heard her say parquet. That's the stuff the drawing room floor's made of. Parquet. Parquet, she'd say. Oh, it was lovely. Come to think of it, your Aunt Loopy was the most stuck-up of them all. Arrietty, shivering, said Pod. We didn't get the little maid up to talk about Aunt Loopy. No, we did, cried Homily, suddenly contrite. You should have stopped me, Pod. There, my lamb, tuck this quilt right round you, and I'll get you a nice drop of piping hot soup. And yet, said Pod, as Homily, fussing at the stove, ladled soup into the teacup, we did in a way. Did what? Asked Homily. Get her up to talk about Aunt Loopy. Aunt Loopy, Uncle Hendreary, and, he paused, Eggletina. Let her drink up her soup first, said Homily. There's no call for her to stop drinking, said Pod. Chapter 6. Your mother and I got you up, said Pod, to tell you about upstairs. Arrietty, holding the great cup in both hands, looked at him over the edge. Pod coughed. You said a while back that the sky was dark brown with cracks in it. Well, it isn't. He looked at her almost accusingly. It's blue. I know, said Arrietty. You know, exclaimed Pod. Yes, of course I know. I've got the grating. Can you see the sky through the grating? Go on, interrupted Homily. Tell her about the gates. Well, said Pod ponderously, if you go outside this room, what do you see? A dark passage, said Arrietty. And what else? Other rooms. And if you go farther, more passages. And if you go walking on and on, in all the passages under the floor, however they twist They never told her about upstairs, and they hadn't got no grating. They told her the sky was nailed up, like with cracks in it. A foolish way to bring up a child, murmured Amelie. She sniffed slightly and touched Harriette's hair. But Eglantine was no fool, said Pod. She didn't believe them, so one day, he went on, she went upstairs to see for herself. How did she get out? Asked Harriette, interested. Well, we didn't have so many gates then, just the one under the clock, and Dreary must have left it unlocked or something. Anyway, Eglantine went out. In a blue dress, said Amelie, and a pair of button boots your father made her. Yellow kid with jet beads for buttons. Lovely they were. Well, said Pod, any other time it might have been all right. She'd have gone out, had a look around, had a bit of a fright maybe, and come back, none the worse and no one the wiser. But things have been happening, said Amelie. Yes, said Pod. She didn't know, as they never told her, that her father had been seen, and that upstairs they had got in the cat, and... They waited a week, said Amelie, and they waited a month, and they hoped for a year, but no one ever saw Eglantine no more. And that, said Pod after a pause, and eyeing Harriette, is what happened to Eglantine. There was silence except for Pod's breathing and the faint bubble of the soup. It just broke up your Uncle Hendreary, said Amelie at last. He never went upstairs again. In case, he said, he found the button boots. Their only future was to emigrate. Harriette was silent a moment, then she raised her head. Why did you tell me? She asked. Now, tonight. Amelie got up. She moved restlessly towards the stove. We don't never talk of it, she said. At least not much. But tonight we felt. She turned suddenly. Well, we'll just say it straight out. Your father's been seen, Harriette. Oh, said Harriette. Who by? Well, by, something you've never heard of, but that's not the point. The point is, you think they'll get a cat? They may, said Amelie. Harriette set down the soup for a moment. She stared into the cup as it stood beside her almost knee-high on the floor. There was a dreamy secret, something about her lowered face. Couldn't we emigrate? She ventured at last very softly. Amelie gasped and clasped her hands and swung away towards the wall. You don't know what you're talking about, she cried, addressing a frying pan which hung there. Worms and weasels and cold and damp and... But supposing, said Harriette, that I went out, like Eglantine did, and the cat ate me, then you and Papa would emigrate, wouldn't you? She asked, and her voice faltered. Wouldn't you? Amelie swung around again. This time towards Harriette. Her face looked very angry. I shall smack you, Harriette Clock, if you don't behave yourself this minute. Harriette's eyes filled with tears. I was only thinking, she said, that I'd like to be there, to emigrate to, uneaten, she added softly, and the tears fell. Now, said Pod, this is enough. You get off to bed, Harriette, uneaten and unbeaten both, and we'll talk about it in the morning. It's not that I'm afraid, cried Harriette angrily. I like cats. I bet the cat didn't eat Eglantine. passages, no light but candlelight and firelight, and what comes through the cracks. Egglestina had brothers, and Egglestina had half-brothers. Egglestina had a tame mouse. Egglestina had yellow boots with jet buttons, and Egglestina did get out, just once. Shush, said Pod gently, not so loud. Above their heads the floor creaked and heavy footfalls heaved deliberately to and fro. They heard Mrs. Driver's grumbling voice and the clatter of the fire irons. Drat this stove, they heard her say. Wind's in the east again. Then they heard her raise her voice and call, Crampfurl. Pod sat staring glumly at the floor. Arrietty shivered a little and hugged herself more tightly into the knitted quilt, and Homily drew a long, slow breath. Suddenly she raised her head. The child is right, she announced firmly. Arrietty's eyes grew big. Oh, no, she began. It shocked her to be right. Parents were right, not children. Children could say anything. Arrietty knew and enjoyed saying it, knowing always they were safe and wrong. You see, Pod, went on Homily, it was different for you and me. There was other families, other children, the sinks in the scullery, you remember, and those people who lived behind the knife machine, I forget their names now, and the broom cupboard boys, and there was that underground passage from the stables, you know, that the rain pipes used. We had more, as you might say, freedom. Ah, yes, said Pod, in a way, but where does freedom take you? He looked up uncertainly. Where are they all now? Some of them may have bettered themselves, I shouldn't wonder, said Homily sharply. Times have changed in the whole house. Pickings aren't what they were. There were those that went, you remember, when they dug a trench for the gas pipe, over the fields and through the wood and all, a kind of tunnel it gave them, all the way to Leighton Buzzard. And what did they find there? Said Pod unkindly. A mountain of coke. Homily turned away. Arrietty, she said, in the same firm voice, supposing one day we'd pick a special day when there was no one about, and providing they don't get a cat, which I have my reasons for thinking they won't, supposing one day your father took you out. Borrowing. You'd be a good girl, wouldn't you? You'd do just what he said quickly and quietly, and no arguing. Arrietty turned quite pink. She clasped her hands together. Oh, she began in an ecstatic voice, but Pod cut in quickly. Now, Homily, we got to think. You can't just say things like that without thinking it out proper. I've been seen, remember. This is no kind of time for taking a child upstairs. There won't be no cat, said Homily. There wasn't no screeching. It's not like that time with Rosa Pickhatchet. All the same, said Pod uncertainly. The risk's there. I never heard of no girl going borrowing before. The way I look at it, said Homily, and it's only now it's come to me, if you had a son, you'd take him borrowing now, wouldn't you? Well, you haven't got no son, only Arrietty. Suppose anything happened to you or me. Where would Arrietty be if she hadn't learned to borrow? Pod stared down at his knees. Yes, he said after a moment, I see what you mean. And it'll give her a bit of interest like and stop her hankering. Hankering for what? For blue sky and gas and such like. Arrietty caught her breath, and Homily turned on her swiftly. It's no good, Arrietty. I'm not going to emigrate. Not for you, not anyone else. Ah, said Pod, and began to laugh. So that's it. Shush, said Homily, annoyed, and glanced quickly at the ceiling. Not so loud. Now kiss your father, Arrietty, she went on briskly, and pop off back to bed. As Arrietty snuggled down onto the bedclothes, she felt creeping up from her toes. A glow of happiness, like a glow of warmth. She heard their voices rising and falling in the next room. Homily went on, measured and confident. There was, Arrietty felt, a kind of conviction behind it. It was the winning voice. Once she heard Pod get up and the scrape of a chair. I don't like it, she heard him say, and she heard Homily whisper, hush, and there were tremulous footfalls on the floor above, and the sudden clash of bands. Arrietty, half dozing, gazed up at her painted ceiling. Flor de Havana, proclaimed the banners proudly. Garantizados, superiors, non plus ultra, exquisitos, and the lovely gauzy ladies blew their trumpets, silently, triumphantly, on soundless notes of glee. Okay, I'm going to finish there. Next time, we'll begin at chapter 7. I hope you enjoyed that. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying, she'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I am continuing the story of The Borrowers by Murray Norton. We are on chapter 7. Let's begin. For the next 3 weeks, Arrietty was especially good. She helped her mother tidy the storerooms. She swept and watered the passages and trod them down. She sorted and graded the beads, which they used as buttons, into the screw tops of aspirin bottles. She cut old kid gloves into squares for Pod's shoemaking. She filed fishbone needles to a bee-sting sharpness. She hung up the washing to dry by the grating so that it blew in the soft air. And at last the day came, that dreadful, wonderful, never to be forgotten day, when Homily, scrubbing the kitchen table, straightened her back and called, Pod. He came in from his workroom, last in hand. Look at this brush, cried Homily. It was a fibre brush with a plaited fibre back. Aye, said Pod, worn down. Gets me knuckles now, said Homily, every time I scrub. Pod looked worried. Since he had been seen, they had stuck to kitchen borrowing and bare essentials of fuel and food. There was an old mouse hole under the kitchen stove upstairs, which at night, when the fire was out or very low, Pod could use as a chute to save carrying. Since the window curtain incident, they had pushed a matchbox chest of drawers below the mouse hole and had stood a wooden stool on the chest of drawers, and Pod, with much help and shoving from Homily, had learned to squeeze up the chute instead of down. was not a satisfactory arrangement, even when the fire was out. Often there were hot ash and cinders under the stove, and once, as he emerged, a great brush came at him, wielded by Mrs. Driver, and he slithered back on top of Homily, singed, shaken, and coughing dust. Another time, for some reason, the fire had been in full blaze, and Pod had arrived suddenly beneath a glowing inferno, dropping white hot coals. But usually, at night, the fire was out, and Pod could pick his way through the cinders into the kitchen proper. Mrs. Driver's out, Homily went on. It's her day off, and they always spoke of Aunt Sophie as she, is safe enough in bed. It's not them that worries me, said Pod. Why, exclaimed Homily sharply, the boy's not still here. I don't know, said Pod. There's always a risk, he added. And there always will be, retorted Homily. Like when you was in the coal cellar and the coal cart came. But the others too, said Pod. Mrs. Driver and her. I always know where they are like. As for that, exclaimed Homily, a boy's even better. You can hear a boy a mile off. Well, she went on after a moment, please yourself, but it's not like you to talk of risks. Pod sighed. All right, he said, and turned away to fetch his borrowing bag. Take the child, called Homily after him. Pod turned. Now, Homily, he began in an alarmed voice. Why not? Asked Homily sharply. It's just the day. You aren't going no farther than the front door. If you're nervous, you can leave her by the clock, ready to nip underneath and down the hole. Let her just see at any rate. Arietti. As Arietti came running in, Pod tried again. Now listen, Homily, he protested. Homily ignored him. Arietti, she said brightly, would you like to go along with your father and borrow me some brush fibre from the doormat in the hall? Arietti gave a little skip. Oh, she cried, could I? Well, take your apron off, said Homily, and change your boots. You want light shoes for borrowing. Better wear the red kid. And then, as Arietti spun away, Homily turned to Pod. She'll be all right, she said. You'll see. As she followed her father down the passage, Arietti's heart began to beat faster. Now the moment had come at last. She found it almost too much to bear. She felt light and trembly and hollow with excitement. They had 3 borrowing bags between the two of them. In case, Pod had explained, we pick up something, a sunshine on the pale stones of the hall floor. Standing upright, she could no longer see this. She could only see the cave-like shadows in the great case above her, and the dim outline of the hanging weights. The hollow darkness around her vibrated with sound. It was a safe sound, solid and regular, and far above her head she saw the movement of the pendulum. It gleamed a little in the half-light, remote and cautious in its rhythmic swing. Arrietty felt warm tears behind her eyelids and a sudden swelling pride. So this, at last, was the clock, their clock, after which her family was named. For 200 years it had stood there, deep-voiced and patient, guarding their threshold and measuring their time. But Pod, she saw, stood crouched beneath the carved archway against the light. "Keep your eyes on me," he had said. So Arrietty crouched too. She saw the gleaming golden stone floor of the hall stretching away into distance. She saw the edges of brooks, like richly coloured islands in a molten sea, and she saw, in a glory of sunlight, like a dreamed-of gateway to fairyland, the open front door. Beyond, she saw grass, and against the clear, bright sky, a waving frond of green. Pod's eyes slewed round. "Wait," he breathed, "and watch." And then, in a flash, he was gone. Arrietty saw him scurry across the sunlit floor. Swiftly he ran, as a mouse runs or a blown dry leaf, and suddenly she saw him as small. But she told herself, he isn't small, he's half a head taller than Mother. She watched him run around a chestnut-coloured island of doormat into the shadows beside the door. There it seemed he became invisible. Arrietty watched and waited. All was still except for a sudden whir within the clock. A grinding whir it was, up high in the hollow darkness above her head. Then the sliding grate of slipped metal before the clock sang out its chime. 3 notes were struck, deliberate and mellow. "Take it or leave it," they seemed to say, "but that's the time." A sudden movement near the shadowed lintel of the front door, and there was Pod again. Bag in hand, beside the mat, it rose knee-deep before him like a field of chestnut corn. Arrietty saw him glance towards the clock, and then she saw him raise his hand. Oh, the warmth of the stone flags as she ran across them, the gladdening sunlight on her face and hands, the awful space above and around her. Pod caught her and held her at last, and patted her shoulder. There, he said, "get your breath. Good girl." Panting a little, Arrietty gazed about her. She saw great chair legs rearing up into sunlight. She saw the shadowed undersides of their seats, spread above her like canopies. She saw the nails and the strapping and odd tags of silk and string. She saw the terraced cliffs of the stairs, mounting up into the distance, up and up. She saw carved table legs and a cavern underneath the chest, and all the time, in the stillness, the clock spoke, measuring out the seconds, spreading its layers of calm. And then, turning, Arrietty looked at the garden. She saw a gravelled path, full of coloured stones, the size of walnuts they were, with, here and there, a blade of grass between them, transparent green against the light of the sun. Beyond the path, she saw house, she sat quietly. After a while, she noticed the shoe scraper. "Arietti," called Pod softly, "where have you got to?" "I just climbed down the shoe scraper," she called back. He came along and looked down at her from the top of the step. "That's all right," he said after a moment's stir, "but never climb down anything that isn't fixed like. Supposing one of them came along and moved the shoe scraper, where would you be then? How would you get up again?" "It's heavy to move," said Arietti. "Maybe," said Pod, "but it's movable. See what I mean? There's rules, my lass, and you got to learn." "This path," Arietti said, "goes round the house, and the bank does too." "Well," said Pod, "what of it?" Arietti rubbed one red kid shoe on a rounded stone. "It's my grating," she explained. "I was thinking that my grating must be just round the corner. My grating looks out onto the bank." "Your grating!" exclaimed Pod. "Since when has it been your grating?" "I was thinking," Arietti went on, "suppose I just went round the corner and called through the grating to Mother." "No," said Pod, "we're not going to have none of that. Not going round corners." "Then," went on Arietti, "she'd see I was all right." "Well," said Pod, and then he half smiled. "Go quickly then and call. I'll watch for you here. Not loud, mind." Arietti ran. The stones in the path were firmly bedded, and her light, soft shoes hardly seemed to touch them. How glorious it was to run! You could never run under the floor. You walked, you stooped, you crawled, but you never ran. Arietti nearly ran past the grating. She saw it just in time after she turned the corner. Yes, there it was, quite close to the ground, embedded deeply in the old wall of the house. There was moss below it in a spreading greenish stain. Arietti ran up to it. "Mother," she called, her nose against the iron grill. "Mother." She waited quietly, and after a moment she called again. At the third call, Homily came. Her hair was coming down, and she carried, as though it were heavy, the screw lid of a pickle jar filled with soapy water. "Oh," she said in an annoyed voice, "you didn't half give me a turn. What do you think you're up to? Where's your father?" Arietti jerked her head sideways. "Just there, by the front door." She was so full of happiness that out of Homily's sight her toes danced on the green moss. Here she was on the other side of the grating. Here she was at last on the outside, looking in. "Yes," said Homily, "they opened that door like that, the first day of spring. Well," she went on briskly, "you run back to your father and tell him, if the morning room door happens to be open, that I wouldn't say no to a bit of red blotting paper. Mind, out of my way now, while I throw the water." "That's what grows the moss," thought Arietti, as she sped back to her father. "All the water we empty through the grating." Pod looked relieved when he saw her, but frowned at the message. How does she expect me to climb that desk without me pin? Blotting paper's a curtain and chair job, and she should know it. Come on now, up with you. "Let me stay down," pleaded Arietti. "Just a bit longer, just till you finish. They're all out, except her. Mother said so." "She'd say anything," grumbled Pod, "when she wants something quick. How does she know? She won't take it into her head to get out of that bed of hers and come downstairs with a stick. isn't," said Pod, not in a manner of speaking. "No," he went on, as though thinking this out. "No, you wouldn't call Crampfurl a boy. Not, as you might say, a boy exactly. Well," he said, beginning to move away, "stay down a bit if you like, but stay close." Ariete watched him move away from the step, and then she looked about her. Oh, glory! Oh, joy! Oh, freedom! The sunlight, the grasses, the soft moving air, and halfway up the bank, where it curved round the corner, a flowering cherry tree. Below it on the path lay a stain of pinkish petals, and at the tree's foot, pale as butter, a nest of primroses. Ariete threw a cautious glance towards the front door step, and then, light and dancy in her soft red shoes, she ran towards the petals. They were curved like shells and rocked as she touched them. She gathered several up and laid them one inside the other, up and up, like a card castle, and then she spilled them. Pod came again to the top of the step and looked along the path. "Don't you go far," he said after a moment. Seeing his lips move, she smiled back at him. She was too far already to hear the words. A greenish beetle, shining in the sunlight, came towards her across the stones. She laid her fingers lightly on its shell, and it stood still, waiting and watchful, and when she moved her hand, the beetle went swiftly on. An ant came hurrying in a busy zigzag. She danced in front of it to tease it and put out her foot. It stared at her nonplussed, waving its antennae. Then, pettishly, as though put out, it swerved away. Two birds came down, quarrelling shrilly into the grass below the tree. One flew away, but Ariete could see the other among the moving grass stems above her on the slope. Cautiously, she moved towards the bank and climbed a little nervously in amongst the green blades. As she parted them gently with her bare hands, drops of water plopped on her skirt, and she felt the red shoes become damp. But on she went, pulling herself up now and again by rooty stems into this jungle of moss and wood violet and creeping leaves of clover. The sharp seeming grass blades, waist high, were tender to the touch and sprang back lightly behind her as she passed. When at last she reached the foot of the tree, the bird took fright and flew away, and she sat down suddenly on an old leaf of primrose. The air was filled with scent, but nothing will play with you, she thought, and saw the cracks and furrows of the primrose leaves held crystal beads of dew. If she pressed the leaf, these rolled like marbles. The bank was warm, almost too warm here, within the shelter of the tall grass, and the sandy earth smelled dry. Standing up, she picked a primrose. The pink stalk felt tender and living in her hands, and was covered with silvery hairs, and when she held the flower, like a parasol, between her eyes and the sky, she saw the sun's pale light through the faint petals. On a piece of bark she found a woodlouse, and she struck it lightly with her swaying flower. It curled immediately and became a ball, bumping softly away downhill in amongst the grass roots. But she knew about woodlice. There were plenty of them at home under the floor. Homily always scolded her if she played with them, because, she said, they smelled of old knives. She lay back amongst the stalks of the primroses, and they made a coolness between her and the sun, and then silently and slither away down the bank. "Don't move," said a voice, and the voice, like the eye, was enormous, but somehow hushed, and hoarse like a surge of wind through the grating on a stormy night in March. Ariette froze. So this is it, she thought, the worst and most terrible thing of all. I have been seen. Whatever happened to Ecclestina will now almost certainly happen to me. There was a pause, and Ariette, her heart pounding in her ears, heard the breath again, drawn swiftly into the vast lungs. "Or," said the voice, whispering still, "I shall hit you with my ash stick." Suddenly Ariette became calm. "Why?" she asked. How strange her own voice sounded. Crystal thin and her bell clear, it tinkled on the air. "In case," came the surprised whisper at last, "you ran towards me, quickly through the grass. In case," it went on, trembling a little, "you scrambled at me with your nasty little hands." Ariette stared at the eye. She held herself quite still. "Why?" she asked again and again. The word tinkled. Icy cold it sounded this time, and needle sharp. "Things do," said the voice. "I've seen them in India." Ariette thought of her, gazetteer of the world. "You're not in India now," she pointed out. "Did you come out of the house?" "Yes," said Ariette. "From whereabouts in the house?" Ariette stared at the eye. "I'm not going to tell you," she said at last, bravely. "Then I'll hit you with my ash stick." "All right," said Ariette. "Hit me. I'll pick you up and break you in half." Ariette stood up. "All right," she said, and took 2 paces forward. There was a sharp grasp and an earthquake in the grass. He spun away from her and sat up, a great mountain in a green jersey. He had fair, straight hair and golden eyelashes. "Stay where you are," he cried. Ariette stared up at him. So this was the boy. Breathless, she felt, and light with fear. "I guessed you were about 9, she gasped after a moment. He flushed. "Well, you're wrong. I'm 10. He looked down at her, breathing deeply. "How old are you?" 14, said Ariette. "Next June," she added, watching him. There was silence while Ariette waited, trembling a little. "Can you read?" the boy said at last. "Of course," said Ariette. "Can't you?" "No," he stammered. Yes. I've just come from India." "What's that got to do with it?" asked Ariette. "Well, if you're born in India, you're bilingual, and if you're bilingual, you can't read. Not so well." Ariette stared up at him. What a monster, she thought, dark against the sky. "Do you grow out of it?" she asked. He moved a little, and then she felt the cold flick of his shadow. "Oh yes," he said, "it wears off. My sisters were bilingual. Now they aren't a bit. They could read any of those books upstairs in the schoolroom." "So could I," said Ariette quickly. "If someone could hold them and turn the pages. I'm not a bit bilingual. I can read anything." "Could you read out loud?" "Of course," said Ariette. "Would you wait here while I run upstairs and get a book now?" "Well," said Ariette. She was longing to show off. Then a startled look came into her eyes. "Oh," she faltered. "What's the matter?" The boy was standing up now. He towered above her. "How many doors are there to this house?" She squinted up at him against the bright sunlight. He dropped on one knee. "Doors," he said. "Outside interested. After a moment he asked, "Where did it go?" "It just went," said Harrietty. When my mother saw it, it seemed to be caught in a cobweb. It was dark at the time, about 5 o'clock on a winter's evening, after tea. "Oh," he said again, and picked up 2 petals of cherry blossom, which he folded together like a sandwich, and ate slowly. "Supposing," he said, staring past her at the wall of the house, "you saw a little man, about as tall as a pencil, with a blue patch on his trousers, halfway up a window curtain, carrying a doll's teacup. Would you say it was a fairy?" "No," said Harrietty, "I'd say it was my father." "Oh," said the boy, thinking this out, "does your father have a blue patch on his trousers?" "Not on his best trousers. He does on his borrowing ones." "Oh," said the boy again. He seemed to find it a safe sound, as lawyers do. "Are there many people like you?" "No," said Harrietty, "none. We're all different. I mean as small as you." Harrietty laughed. "Oh, don't be silly," she said. "Surely you don't think there are many people in the world your size?" "There are more my size than yours," he retorted. "Honestly," began Harrietty, helplessly, and laughed again. "Do you really think? I mean, whatever sort of a world would it be? Those great chairs, I've seen them. Fancy if you had to make chairs that size for everyone, and the stuff for their clothes, miles and miles of it, tents of it, and the sewing, and their great houses, reaching up so you can hardly see the ceilings, their great beds, the food they eat, great smoking mountains of it, huge bogs of stew and soup and stuff." "Don't you eat soup?" asked the boy. "Of course we do," laughed Harrietty. "My father had an uncle who had a little boat which he rowed round in the stockpot, picking up flotsam and jetsam. He did bottom fishing too, for bits of marrow, until the cook got suspicious through finding bent pins in the soup. Once he was nearly shipwrecked on a chunk of submerged shinbone. He lost his oars, and the boat sprang a leak, but he flung a line over the pot handle and pulled himself alongside the rim. But all that stock, fathoms of it, and the size of the stock pot, I mean, there wouldn't be enough stuff in the world to go round after a bit. That's why my father says it's a good thing they're dying out. Just a few, my father says. That's all we need to keep us satin bed covers and embroidered sheets. Those we have still, she told him. They're her handkerchiefs. She, the boy realised gradually, was his great-aunt, Sophie, upstairs. He heard how Pod would borrow from her bedroom, picking his way in the firelight. Among the trinkets on her dressing table, even climbing her bed curtains and walking on her quilt, and of how she would watch him and sometimes talk to him because, Arrietty explained, every day at 6 o'clock they brought her a decanter of fine old pale Madeira, and now before midnight she would drink the lot. Nobody blamed her, not even Amelie, because, as Amelie would say, she had so few pleasures, poor soul. But, Arrietty explained, after the first 3 glasses, great Aunt Sophie never believed in anything. She saw. She thinks my father comes out of the decanter, said Arrietty, and one day, when I'm older, he's going to take me there, and she'll think I come out of the decanter too. It'll please her, my father thinks, as she's used to him now. Once he took my mother, and Aunt Sophie perked up like anything and kept asking why my mother didn't come any more, and saying they'd watered the Madeira, because once, she says, she saw a little man and a little woman, and now she only sees a little man. I wish she thought I came out of the decanter, said the boy. She gives me dictation and teaches me to write. I only see her in the mornings when she's cross. She sends for me and looks behind my ears and asks Mrs. D if I've learned my words. What does Mrs. D look like? Asked Arrietty. How delicious it was to say Mrs. D like that. How careless and daring. She's fat and has a moustache, and gives me my bath and hurts my bruise and my sore elbow, and says she'll take a slipper to me one of these days. The boy pulled up a tuft of grass and stared at it angrily, and Arrietty saw his lip tremble. My mother's very nice, he said. She lives in India. Why did you lose all your worldly riches? Well, said Arrietty, the kitchen boiler burst, and hot water came pouring through the floor into our house, and everything was washed away and piled up in front of the grating. My father worked night and day, first hot, then cold, cupboards, and the rain barrels, and the linen presses, and the boot racks, and the Honourable John Studdington's, and he looked down. John Studdington, but he was our grand-uncle. Well, this family lived behind a picture, went on Arrietty, hardly listening, and there were the stovepipes, and the bell-pulls, and the— Yes, he interrupted, but did you see them? I saw the harpsichords, and my mother was a bell-pull. The others were before I was born. He leaned closer. Then where are they now? Tell me that. My uncle Henry has a house in the country, said Arrietty coldly, edging away from his great lowering face. It was misted over, she noticed, with hairs of palest gold, and 5 children, harpsichords and clocks. But where are the others? Oh, said Arrietty, they're somewhere. But where? She wondered, and she shivered slightly in the boy's cold shadow, which lay about her, slantwise on the grass. He drew back again, his fur head blocking out a great piece of sky. Well, he said, deliberately after a moment, and his eyes were cold, I've only seen 2 borrowers, but I've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Oh no, whispered Arrietty, of human beings, and he sat back. Arrietty stood very still. She did not look at him. After a while she said, I don't believe you. All right, he said, then I'll tell you. I still won't believe you, murmured Arrietty. Listen, he said, and he told her about railway stations and football matches and racecourses and royal processions and Albert Hall concerts. He told her about India and China and North America and the British Commonwealth. He told her about the July sales. Not hundreds, he said, but thousands and millions and billions and trillions of great, big, enormous people. Now do you believe me? Arrietty stared up at him with frightened eyes. It gave her a crick in the neck. I don't know, she whispered. As for you, he went on, leaning closer again, I don't believe that there are any more borrowers anywhere in the world. I believe you're the last 3. Yes, I would. Really, I would. Now, can I go and get the book? I'll go in by the side door. All right, said Henrietta absently. Her eyes were shining. When can I give you the letter? Any time, he said, standing above her. Where in the house do you live? Well, began Henrietta, and stopped. Why, once again, did you feel this chill? Could it only be his shadow, towering above her, blotting out the sun? I'll put it somewhere, she said hurriedly. I'll put it under the hall mat. Which one? The one by the front door? Yes, that one. He was gone, and she stood there alone in the sunshine, shoulder deep in grass. What had happened seemed too big for thought. She felt unable to believe it really had happened. Not only had she been seen, but she had been talked to. Not only had she been talked to, but she had. Ariete, said a voice. She stood up, startled, and spun round. There was Bod, moon-faced, on the path, looking up at her. Come on down, he whispered. She stared at him for a moment as though she did not recognise him. How round his face was, how kind, how familiar. Come on, he said again, more urgently, and obediently, because he sounded worried. She slithered quickly towards him off the bank, balancing her primrose. Put that thing down, he said sharply, when she stood at last beside him on the path. You can't look at great flowers about. You got to carry a bag. What do you want to go up there for? He grumbled, as they moved off across the stones. I might never have seen you. Hurry up now. Your mother'll have tea waiting. Chapter 11. Homily was there at the last gate to meet them. She had tidied her hair and smelled of coal tar soap. She looked younger and somehow excited. Well, she kept saying, well, taking the bag from Henrietta and helping Pod to fasten the grate. Well, was it nice? Were you a good girl? Was the cherry tree out? Did the clock strike? She seemed, in the dim light, to be trying to read the expression on Henrietta's face. Come along now. Tea's all ready. Give me your hand. Tea was indeed ready, laid on the round table in the sitting room, with a bright fire burning in the cogwheel. How familiar the room seemed, and homely, but suddenly somehow strange. The firelight flicking on the wallpaper, the line which read, "It would be so charming if what?" Henrietta always wondered. If our house was less dark, she thought, that would be charming. She looked at the homemade dips, set in upturned drawing pins, which Homely had placed as candle holders among the tea things. The old teapot, a hollow oak apple, with its quill spout and wired-on handle, burnished. It was now, and hard with age. There were 2 roast sliced chestnuts, which they would eat like toast with butter, and a cold boiled chestnut which Pod would cut like bread. There was a plate of hot dried currants, well plumped before the fire. There were cinnamon breadcrumbs, crispy golden, and lightly dredged with sugar. And in front of each place, oh, delight of delights, a single potted shrimp. Homily had put out the silver as sometimes happened, a trace of dampness appeared about the join, it only meant a rather harder pull and a sudden gentle twist. "Well," said Amelie, gingerly pouring, "tell us what you saw." "She didn't see so much," said Pod, cutting himself a slice of boiled chestnut to eat with his shrimp. "Didn't she see the overmantel?" "No," said Pod, "we never went in the morning room." "What about my blotting paper?" "I never got it," said Pod. "Now that's a nice thing," began Amelie. "Maybe," said Pod, munching steadily, "but I had me feeling I had it bad." "What's that?" asked Ariete. "His feeling." "Up the back of his head and in his fingers," said Amelie. "It's a feeling your father gets when—" She dropped her voice. "There's someone about." "Oh," said Ariete and seemed to shrink. "That's why I brought her along home," said Pod. "And was there anyone?" asked Amelie anxiously. Pod took a mouthful of shrimp. "Must have been," he said, "but I didn't see nothing." Amelie leaned across the table. "Did you have any feeling, Ariete?" Ariete started. "Oh," she said, "do we all have it?" "Well, not in the same place," said Amelie. "Mine starts at the back of my ankles and then my knees go. My mother, hers used to start just under her chin and run right around her neck, and tied in a bow at the back," said Pod, munching. "No, Pod," protested Amelie. "It's a fact. No need to be sarcastic. All the bell pulls were like that. Like a collar, she said it was." "Pity it didn't choke her," said Pod. "Now, Pod, be fair. She had her points." "Points," said Pod. "She was all points." Ariete moistened her lips. She glanced nervously from Pod to Amelie. "I didn't feel anything," she said. "Well," said Amelie, "perhaps it was a false alarm." "Oh no," began Ariete, "it wasn't." And as Amelie glanced at her sharply, she faltered. "I mean, if Papa felt something. I mean, perhaps," she went on. "I don't have it." "Well," said Amelie, "you're young. It'll come all in good time. You go and stand in our kitchen, just under the chute, when Mrs. Driver's raking out the stove upstairs. Stand right up on a stool or something, so's you're fairly near the ceiling. It'll come with practice." After tea, when Pod had gone to his last, and Amelie was washing up, Ariete rushed to her diary. "I'll just open it," she thought, trembling with haste. "Anywhere." It fell open at 9 and 10th of July. "Talk of camps, but stay at home. Old Cameronian colours in Glasgow Cathedral, 1885. That's what it said for the 9th. And on the 10th the page was headed, "Make hay while the sun shines. Snowdon Peak sold for £5,750. 1889. Ariete tore out this last page. Turning it over, she read on the reverse side, 11th of July. Make not a toil of your pleasure. Niagara passed by C.D. Graham in a cask, 1886. No, she thought, I'll choose the 10th. Make hay while the sun shines. And crossing out her last entry, Mother out of sorts, she wrote below it, "Dear Uncle Hendry, I hope you are quite well, and the cousins are well, and Aunt Loopy. We are very well, and I am learning to borrow. Your loving niece, Ariete Clock. Write a letter on the back, please. XXO, XO, XX." "What are you doing, Ariete?" called Amelie from the kitchen. "Writing in my diary." "Oh," said Amelie shortly. "Anything you want?" asked Ariete. past the grating and she saw his woolen stockings. He was making a chugging noise in his throat, like some kind of engine, and as he turned the corner, he let out a piercing "ooh, ooh." It was a train whistle, he told her afterwards, so he did not hear her call. One evening after dark, she crept away and tried to open the first gate, but swing and tug as she might, she could not budge the pin. Amelie, every time she swept the sitting room, would grumble about the carpet. It may be a curtain and chair job, she would say to Pod, but it wouldn't take you not a quarter of an hour with your pin and name tape to fetch me a bit of blotting paper from the desk in the morning room. Anyone would think, looking at this floor, that we lived in a toad hole. No one could call me house proud, said Amelie. You couldn't be, not with my kind of family, but I do like, she said, to keep nice things nice. And at last, on the fourth day, Pod gave in. He laid down his hammer, a small electric bell clapper, and said to Arrietty, "Come along." Arrietty was glad to see the morning room. The door luckily had been left ajar, and it was fascinating to stand at last in the thick pile of the carpet, gazing upwards at the shelves and pillars and towering gables of the famous overmantel. So that's where they had lived, she thought, those pleasure-loving creatures, remote and gay and self-sufficient. She imagined the overmantel women a little tweedy. Amelie had described them with wasp waists and piled Edwardian hair, swinging carelessly outwards on the pilasters, lissom and laughing, gazing at themselves in the inset looking-glass, which reflected back the tobacco jars, the cut glass decanters, the bookshelves, and the plush-covered table. She imagined the overmantel men, fair they were said to be, with long moustaches and nervous slender hands, smoking and drinking and telling their witty tales. So they had never asked Amelie up there. Poor Amelie, with her bony nose and never tidy hair. They would have looked at her strangely, Arrietty thought, with their long, half-laughing eyes, and smiled a little, and humming, turned away. And they had lived only on breakfast food, on toast and egg and tiny snips of mushroom. Sausage they'd have had, and crispy bacon, and little sips of tea and coffee. Where were they now? Arrietty wondered. Where could such creatures go? Pod had flung his pin so it stuck into the seat of the chair, and was up the leg in a trice, leaning outwards on his tape. Then, pulling out the pin, he flung it like a javelin above his head into a fold of curtain. This is the moment, Arrietty thought, and felt for her precious letter. She slipped into the hall. It was dark at this time when the front door closed, and she ran across it with a beating heart. The mat was heavy, but she lifted up the corner and slid the letter under by pushing with her foot. There, she said. And looked about her. Shadows, shadows and the ticking clock. She looked across the great plain of floor to where in the distance the stairs mounted. Another world above, she thought, world on world, and shivered slightly. Arrietty called Pod softly from the morning room, and she ran back in time to see him swing clear of the chair seat and pull himself upwards on the name tape, level with the desk. Lightly he came down feet apart, and she saw him, for safety's sake, twist the name tape lightly round his wrist. I wanted you to see that, he said, a little breathless. The blotting paper, when he pushed it, floated down quite softly, riding lightly on the air, and lay at last paused some feet beyond the desk, pink and fresh, on the carpet's dingy pile. "You start rolling," whispered Pod. "I'll be down." And Ariette went on her knees and began to roll the blotting paper until it grew too stiff for her to hold. Pod soon finished it off and lashed it with his name tape, through which he ran his hat pin, and together they carried the long cylinder as two house painters would carry a ladder under the clock and down the hole. Homily hardly thanked them when, panting a little, they dropped the bundle in the passage outside the sitting-room door. She looked alarmed. "Oh, there you are," she said. "Thank goodness. That boy's about again. I've just heard Mrs. Driver talking to Crampfell." "Oh," cried Ariette, "what did she say?" And Homily glanced sharply at her and saw that she looked pale. Ariette realised she should have said, "What boy?" It was too late now. "Nothing real bad," Homily went on, as though to reassure her. "It's just a boy they have upstairs. It's nothing at all, but I heard Mrs. Driver say that she'd take a slipper to him, see if she wouldn't, if he had had the mats up once again in the hall." "The mats up in the hall," echoed Ariette. "Yes, 3 days running," she said to Crampfell. "He'd had the mats up in the hall. She could tell," she said, "by the dust and the way he'd put them back. It was the hall part that worried me, seeing as you and your father—" "What's the matter, Ariette? There's no call for that sort of face. Come on now, help me move the furniture and we'll get down the carpet." Oh dear, thought Ariette miserably, as she helped her mother empty the matchbox chest of drawers. 3 days running he's looked, and nothing there. He'll give up hope now. He'll never look again. That evening she stood for hours on a stool under the chute in the kitchen, pretending she was practising to get a feeling, when really she was listening to Mrs. Driver's conversations with Crampfell. All she learned was that Mrs. Driver's feet were killing her, and that it was a pity that she hadn't given in her notice last May, and would Crampfell have another drop, considering there was more in the cellar than anyone would drink in her lifetime, and if they thought she was going to clean the first floor windows single-handed, they had better think again. But on the third night, just as Ariette had climbed down off the stool, before she overbalanced with weariness, she heard Crampfell say, "If you ask me, I'd say he had a ferret." And quickly Ariette climbed back again, holding her breath. "A ferret!" she heard Mrs. Driver exclaim shrilly. "Whatever next? Where would he keep it?" "That I wouldn't like to say," said Crampfell, in his rumbling, earthy voice. "All I know is he was up beyond Parkin's Beck, going round all the banks and calling, like down all the rabbit holes." "Well, I never," said Mrs. Driver. "Where's your glass?" "Just a drop," said Crampfell. "That's enough. Goes to your liver, this sweet stuff. Not like beer, it isn't." "Yes," he went on. "When he saw me coming with a gun, he pretended to be cutting a stick, like from the hedge. But I'd seen him all right and heard him, calling away, his nose down a rabbit hole. It's my belief he's got a ferret." There was a gulp, as though Crampfell was drinking. "Yes," he said at last, and Ariette heard him set down the glass. "A ferret called Uncle something." Ariette made a sharp movement, balanced for one moment with arms waving, and fell off the stool. There was a clatter as the stool slid sideways, banged against a chest of drawers, and rolled over. "What was that?" asked Crampfell. There was silence dance upstairs, and Harriet held her breath. "I didn't hear nothing," said Mrs. Driver. "Yes," said Crampfell, "it was under the floor like, there by the stove." "That's nothing," said Mrs. Driver. "It's the coals falling. Often sounds like that. Scares you sometimes when you're sitting here alone. Here, pass your glass. There's only a drop left. Might as well finish the bottle." "They're drinking fine old Madeira," thought Harriet, and very carefully she set the stool upright and stood quietly beside it. Looking up, she could see light through the crack, occasionally flicked with shadow as one person or another moved a hand or arm. "Yes," went on Crampfell, returning to his story, "and when I come up with my gun," he says, all innocent like, to put me off, "I shouldn't wonder. Any old badgers set around here." "Artful," said Mrs. Driver, "the things they think of, badgers' sets," and she gave her creaking laugh. "As a matter of fact," said Crampfell, "there did used to be one, but when I showed him where it was like, he didn't take no notice of it. Just stood there, waiting for me to go." Crampfell laughed. "Two can play at that game," I thought, so I just sit myself down, and there we were, the two of us. And what happened? Well, he had to go off in the end, leaving his ferret. I waited a bit, but it never came out. I poked around a bit and whistled. Pity I never heard properly what he called it. Uncle something it sounded like. Harriet heard the sudden scrape of a chair. "Well," said Crampfell, "I'd better get on now and shut up the chickens." The scullery door banged, and there was a sudden clatter overhead as Mrs. Driver began to rake the stove. Harriet replaced the stool and stole softly into the sitting room, where she found her mother alone. Okay, I'm going to end it there, and next we'll read chapter 13. Hope you enjoyed that. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to continue with a whispered reading of Mary Norton's The Borrowers. So we are currently up to chapter 13. Homily was ironing, bending and banging and pushing the hair back out of her eyes. All round the room underclothes hung erring on safety pins, which Homily used like coat hangers. "What happened?" asked Homily. "Did you fall over?" "Yes," said Harriet, moving quietly into her place beside the fire. "How's the feeling coming?" "Oh, I don't know," said Harriet. She clasped her knees and laid her chin on them. "Where's your knitting?" asked Homily. "I don't know what's come over you lately. Always idle. You don't feel seedy, do you?" "Oh," exclaimed Harriet, "let me be." And Homily for once was silent. It's the spring, she told herself, used to take me like that sometimes at her age. I must see that boy, Harriet was thinking, staring blindly into the fire. I must hear what happened. I must hear if they're all right. I don't want us to die out. I don't want getting supper," said Amelie, breaking the silence. "Your father's gone borrowing." "To her room. And you know what that means?" Henriette raised her head. "No," she said, hardly listening. "What does it mean?" "That he won't be back," said Amelie sharply. "For a good hour and a half. He likes it up there, gossiping with her and poking about on the dressing table, and it's safe enough once that boy's in bed. Not that there's anything we want special," she went on. "It's just these new shelves he's made. They look kind of bare, he says, and he says, just pick up a little something." Henriette suddenly was sitting bolt upright. A thought had struck her, leaving her breathless and a little shaky at the knees. A good hour and a half, her mother had said, and the gates would be open. "Where are you going?" asked Amelie, as Henriette moved towards the door. "Just along to the storerooms," said Henriette. Shading with one hand her candle tip from the draught. "I won't be long." "Now don't you untidy anything," Amelie called out after her, "and be careful of that light." As Henriette went down the passage, she thought, "It is true, I'm going to the storerooms to find another hat pin, and if I do find a hat pin and a piece of string, there won't be any name tape. I still won't be long, because I'll have to get back before Papa, and I'm doing it for their sakes," she told herself doggedly, "and one day they'll thank me." All the same, she felt a little guilty. Artful, that's what Mrs. Driver would say she was. There was a hat pin, one with a bar for a top, and she tied on a piece of string very firmly, twisting it back and forth like a figure of 8, and as a crowning inspiration she sealed it with sealing wax. The gates were open, and she left the candle in the middle of the passage where it could come to no harm, just below the hole by the clock. That's the day nursery, she thought, and beyond that is the night nursery. There are certain differences, and Sophie's voice went on, which would strike you at once. For instance, Ariette liked the voice. It was comforting and steady, like the sound of the clock in the hall, as she moved off the carpet onto the strip of polished floor beside the skirting board. She was interested to hear. There were walls in Ireland instead of hedges. Here, by the skirting, she could run, and she loved running. The carpets were heavy-going, thick and clinging. They held you up. The boards were smooth and smelled of beeswax. She liked the smell. The schoolroom, when she reached it, was shrouded in dust sheets and full of junk. Here too a gas jet burned, turned low to a bluish flame. The floor was oilcloth, rather worn, and the rugs were shabby. Under the table was a great cavern of darkness. She moved into it, feeling about, and bumped into a dusty hassock higher than her head. Coming out again into the half-light, she looked up and saw the corner cupboard with the doll's tea service, the painting above the fireplace, and the plush curtain where her father had been seen. Chair legs were everywhere, and chair seats obscured her view. She found her way among them to the door of the night nursery, and there she saw, suddenly, on a shadowed plateau in the far corner, the boy in bed. She saw his great face turned towards her on the edge of the pillow. She saw the gaslight reflected in his open eyes. She saw his head gripping the bedclothes, holding them tightly, pressed against his mouth. She stopped moving and stood still. After a while, when she saw his fingers relax, she said softly, "Don't be frightened. It's me, Ariette." He let the bedclothes slide away from his mouth and said, "Harry, Watty." He seemed annoyed. "Etty," she replied gently. "Did you take the letter?" He stared at her for a moment without speaking. Then he said, "Why did you come creeping into my room?" "I didn't come creeping, said Ariette. "I even ran. Didn't you see?" He was silent, staring at her with his great wide-open eyes. "When I brought the book," he said at last, "you'd gone. I had to go. Tea was ready. My father fetched me." He understood this. "Oh," he said. Matter-of-factly, and did not reproach her. "Did you take the letter?" she asked again. "Yes," he said. "I had to go back twice. I shoved it down the badger's hole." Suddenly he threw back the bedclothes and stood up in bed, enormous in his pale flannel nightshirt. It was Ariette's turn to be afraid. She half turned her eyes on his face and began backing slowly towards the door. But he did not look at her. He was feeling behind a picture on the wall. "Here it is," he said, sitting down again, and the bed creaked loudly. "But I don't want it back," exclaimed Ariette, coming forward again. "You should have left it there. Why did you bring it back?" He turned it over in else not, he began. I write small. But she had seen by his face that he spoke the truth, and began to spell out the letters. T-E-double-L, she said. Tell your. She looked up. Your, she said. Yes, said the boy. Your. Tell your A-N-T, aunt, said Ariete. Aunt, my aunt. The boy was silent, waiting. Aunt, L-U. Oh, Aunt Loopy, she exclaimed. He says, listen to this, this is what he says. Tell your Aunt Loopy to come home. There was silence. Then tell her, said the boy after a moment. But she isn't here, exclaimed Ariete. She's never been here. I don't even remember what she looked like. Look, said the boy, staring through the door. Someone's coming. Ariete whipped round. There was no time to hide. It was Pod, borrowing bag in one hand and bin in the other. He stood in the doorway of the schoolroom. Quite still he stood, outlined against the light in the passage, his little shadow falling dimly in front of him. He had seen her. I heard your voice, he said, and there was a dreadful quietness about the way he spoke. Just as I was coming out of her room. Ariete stared back at him, stuffing the letter up her jersey. Could he see beyond her into the shadowed room? Could he see the tousled shape in bed? Come on home, said Pod, and turned away. Chapter 14. Pod did not speak until they reached the sitting room, nor did he look at her. She had had to scramble after him as best she might. He had ignored her efforts to help him shut the gates, but once, when she tripped, he had waited until she had got up again, watching her, it seemed, almost without interest, while she brushed the dust off her knees. Supper was laid, and the ironing put away, and Amelie came running in from the kitchen, surprised to see them together. Pod threw down his borrowing bag. He stared at his wife. What's the matter? Faltered Amelie, looking from one to the other. She was in the night nursery, said Pod quietly, talking to that boy. Amelie moved forward, her hands clasped tremblingly against her apron, her startled eyes flicking swiftly to and fro. Oh no, she breathed. Pod sat down. He ran a tired hand over his eyes and forehead. His face looked heavy, like a piece of dough. Now what? He said. Amelie stood quite still. Bowed, she stood over her clasped hands and stared at Ariete. Oh, you never, she whispered. They are frightened, Ariete realised. They are not angry at all. They are very, very frightened. She moved forward. It's all right, she began. Amelie sat down suddenly on the cotton reel. She had begun to tremble. Oh, she said, whatever shall we do? She began to rock herself very slightly to and fro. Oh, Mother, don't, pleaded Ariete. It isn't so bad as that, it really isn't. She felt up the front of her jersey. At first, she could not find the letter. It had slid round her side to the back, but at last she drew it out, very crumpled. Look, she said, here's a letter from Uncle Hendreary. I wrote to him, and the boy took the letter. You wrote to him, cried Amelie, on a kind of surprised shriek. Oh, she moaned, and closed her eyes. Whatever next? Whatever shall we do? And she fanned herself limply with her bony hand. Get your mother a drink of water, Ariete, said Pod sharply. said about dying out, and how, more than important, how imperative it had seemed to make sure the Hendreries were alive. "Do understand," pleaded Ariete. "Please understand. I'm trying to save the race." "The expressions she uses," said Emily, to Pod under her breath, not without pride. But Pod was not listening. "Save the race," he repeated grimly. "It's people like you, my girl, who do things sudden-like with no respect for tradition. You'll finish us borrowers once and for all. Don't you see what you've done?" Ariete met his accusing eyes. "Yes," she said, falteringly. I've got in touch with the only other one still alive. So that," she went on bravely, "from now on we can all stick together." "All stick together," Pod repeated angrily. "Do you think Hendreary's lot would ever come to live back here? Can't you see your mother emigrating to a badger's set 2 fields away, out in the open and no hot water laid on?" "Never," cried Emily, in a full, rich voice, which made them both turn and look at her. "Or do you see your mother walking across 2 fields and a garden?" went on Pod. "2 fields full of crows and cows and horses and what not, to take a cup of tea with your Aunt Loopy, whom she never liked much anyway." "But wait," he said as Ariete tried to speak. "That's not the point. As far as all that goes, we're just where we was. The point," he went on, leaning forward and speaking with great solemnity, "is this. That boy knows now where we live." "Oh no," said Ariete, "I never told him that. "You told him," interrupted Pod, "about the kitchen pipe bursting. You told him how all our stuff got washed away to the grating." He sat back again, glaring at her. "He's only got to think," he pointed out. Ariete was silent, and Pod went on. "That's a thing that has never happened before. Never in the whole long history of the borrowers. Borrowers have been seen, yes. Borrowers have been caught, maybe. But no human being has ever known where any borrower lived. We're in very grave danger, Ariete, and you've put us there, and that's a fact." "Oh, Pod," whimpered Emily, "don't frighten the child." "Nay, Emily," said Pod more gently, "my poor old girl, I don't want to frighten no one, but this is serious. Suppose I said to you, pack up tonight, all our bits and pieces, where would you go?" "Not to Hendreary's," cried Emily. "Not there, Pod. I couldn't never share a kitchen with Loopy." "No," agreed Pod, "not to Hendreary's. And don't you see for why? The boy knows about that too." "Oh," cried Emily in real dismay. "Yes," said Pod, "a couple of smart terriers or a well-trained ferret, and that'd be the end of the lot." "Oh, Pod," said Emily, and began again to tremble. The thought of living in a badger's set had been bad enough, but the thought of not having even that to go to seemed almost worse. "And I dare say I could have got it nice in the end," she said, "providing we lived quite separate." "Well, it's no good thinking of it now," said Pod. He turned to Ariete. "What does your Uncle Hendreary say in his letter?" "Yes," exclaimed Emily. "Where's this letter?" "It doesn't say much," said Ariete, passing over the paper. "It just says, 'Tell your Aunt Loopy to come home.'" "What?" exclaimed Emily sharply, looking at the letter upside down. "Come home? What can he mean?" "He means," said Pod, "that Loopy must have set off to come here, and that she never arrived." "Set off to come here?" repeated Emily. "But when?" "How should I know?" said Pod. "It doesn't say when," said Ariete. "But," exclaimed Emily, "it might have been weeks ago." "It might," said Pod, "long enough anyway for him to turquoise ring, which sometimes for fun she would wear as a crown, and dearest of all, her floating ladies with the golden trumpets, tooting above their peaceful town. She did not want to lose these, she realised suddenly, lying there straight and still in bed, but to have all the other things as well, adventure and safety mixed, that's what she wanted. And that, the restless bangings and whisperings told her, is just what she couldn't do. As it happened, Homily was only fidgeting, opening drawers and shutting them, unable to be still, and she ended up, when Pod was already in bed, by deciding to curl her hair. Now, Homily, Pod protested wearily, lying there in his nightshirt, there's really no call for that. Who's going to see you? That's just it, exclaimed Homily, searching in a drawer for her curl rags. In times like these, no one ever knows. I'm not going to be caught out, she said irritably, turning the drawer upside down and picking over the spilled contents, with me hair like this. Homily lay for a long time staring at the oil lamp. It was the silver cap of a scent bottle with a tiny floating wick. She felt unwilling for some reason to blow it out. There were movements upstairs in the kitchen above, and it was late for movements. The household should be asleep, and the lumpy curlers pressed uncomfortably against her neck. She gazed, just as Arrietty had done, about the familiar room, too full, she realised, with little bags and boxes and makeshift cupboards, and thought, what now? Perhaps nothing will ever happen after all. The children perhaps is right, and we are making a good deal of fuss about nothing very much. This boy, when all's said and done, is only a guest perhaps, thought Homily. He'll go away again quite soon, and that, she told herself drowsily, will be that. Later, as she realised afterwards, she must have dozed off, because it seemed she was crossing Parkin's Beck. It was night, and the wind was blowing, and the field seemed very steep. She was scrambling up it along the ridge, by the gas pipe, sliding and falling in the wet grass. The trees, it seemed to Homily, were threshing and clashing, their branches waving and soaring against the sky. Then, as she told them many weeks later, there was a sound of splintering wood, and Homily woke up. She saw the room again, and the oil lamp flickering, but something, she knew at once, was different. There was a strange draught, and her mouth felt dry and full of grit. Then she looked up at the ceiling. Pod, she shrieked, clutching his shoulder. Pod rolled over and sat up. They both stared at the ceiling. The whole surface was on a steep slant, and one side of it had come right away from the wall. This was what had caused the draught, and down into the room, to within an inch of the foot of the bed, protruded a curious object, a huge bar of grey steel with a flattened, shining edge. It's a screwdriver, said Pod. They stared at it, fascinated, unable to move, and for a moment all was still. Then suddenly That's enough, and Homily suddenly was quiet. A great face appeared then between them and that distant height. It wavered above them, smiling and terrible. There was silence, and Homily sat bolt upright, her mouth open. "Is that your mother?" asked a surprised voice after a moment, and Arrietty from the doorway whispered, "Yes." It was the boy. Pod got out of bed and stood beside it. Shivering in his nightshirt. "Come on," he said to Homily. "You can't stay here." But Homily could. She had her old nightdress on with the patch in the back, and nothing was going to move her. A slow anger was rising up in Homily. She had been caught in her hair curlers. Pod had raised his hand to her, and she remembered that, in the general turmoil, and for once in her life, she had left the supper washing up for morning, and there it would be on the kitchen table for all the world to see. She glared at the boy, who was only a child after all. "Put it back," she said. "Put it back at once." Her eyes flashed and her curlers seemed to quiver. He knelt down then, but Homily did not flinch as the great face came slowly closer. She saw his underlip, pink and full, like an enormous exaggeration of Arrietty's, and she saw it wobble slightly. "But I've got something for you," he said. Homily's expression did not change, and Arrietty called out from her place in the doorway, "What have you got?" The boy reached behind him, and very gingerly, careful to keep it upright, he held a wooden object above their heads. "It's this," he said, and carefully, his tongue out and breathing heavily, he lowered the object slowly into the hole. It was a doll's dresser, complete with plates. It had 2 drawers in it and a cupboard. Below, he adjusted its position at the foot of Homily's bed. Arrietty ran round to see better. "Oh," she cried ecstatically, "Mother, look!" Homily threw the dresser a glance. It was dark oak, and the plates were hand-painted, and then she looked quickly away again. "Yes," she said coldly, "it's very nice." There was a short silence which no one knew how to break. "The cupboard really opens," said the boy at last, and the great hand came down all amongst them, smelling of bath soap. Arrietty flattened herself against the wall, and Pod exclaimed, nervous, "Now then." "Yes," agreed Homily after a moment. "I see it does." Pod drew a long breath, a sigh of relief as the hand went back. "There, Homily," he said placatingly, "you've always wanted something like that." "Yes," said Homily. She still sat bolt upright, her hands clasped in her lap. "Thank you very much. And now," she went on coldly, "will you please put back the roof?" "Wait a minute," pleaded the boy. Again he reached behind him. Again the hand came down, and there, beside the dresser, where there was barely room for it, was a very small doll's chair. It was a Victorian chair, upholstered in red velvet. "Oh," Arrietty exclaimed again, and Pod said shyly, "Just about fit me, that would." "Try it," begged the boy, and Pod threw him a nervous glance. "Go on," said Arrietty, and Pod sat down in his nightshirt, his bare feet showing. "That's nice," he said after a moment. "It would go by the fire in the sitting room," cried Arrietty. "It would look lovely on red blotting paper." "Let's try it," said the boy, and the hand came down again. Pod sprang up just in time to steady the dresser as the red velvet chair was whisked away above his head and placed presumably in the next room but one. Arrietty ran out of the door and along the passage to see. "Oh," she called out to her parents, "come and see, it's lovely." But Pod and Homily did not move. The boy was leaning over them, He seemed to be examining the farther room. "What do you keep in that mustard pot?" he asked. "Coal," said Harriette's voice, "and I helped to borrow this new carpet. Here's the watch I told you about in the pictures. I could get you some better stamps than those," said the boy. "I've got some Jubilee ones, with the Taj Mahal." "Look," cried Harriette's voice again, and Pod took Homilly's hand. "These are my books." Homily clutched Pod as the great hand came down once more in the direction of Harriette. "Quiet," he whispered. "Sit still." The boy, it seemed, was touching the books. "What are they called?" he asked. Harriette reeled off the names. "Pod," whispered Homily. "I'm going to scream." "No," whispered Pod, "you mustn't. Not again." "I feel it coming on," said Homily. Pod looked worried. "Hold your breath," he said, "and count to 10. The boy was saying to Harriette, "Why couldn't you read me those?" "Well, I could," said Harriette, "but I'd rather read something new." "But you never come," complained the boy. "I know," said Harriette, "but I will." "Pod," whispered Homily, "did you hear that? Did you hear what she said?" "Yes, yes," Pod whispered. "Keep quiet." "Do you want to see the storerooms?" Harriette suggested next, and Homily clapped a hand to her mouth as though to stifle a cry. Pod looked up at the boy. "Hey," he called, trying to attract his attention. The boy looked down. "Put the roof back now," Pod begged him, trying to sound matter-of-fact and reasonable. "We're getting cold." "All right," agreed the boy, but he seemed to hesitate. He reached across them for the piece of board which formed their roof. "Shall I nail you down?" he asked, and they saw him pick up the hammer. It swayed above them, very dangerous looking. "Of course, nail us down," said Pod irritably. "I mean," said the boy, "I've got some more things upstairs." Pod looked uncertain, and Homily nudged him. "Ask him," she whispered. "What kind of things?" "What kind of things?" asked Pod. "Things from an old doll's house. There is on the top shelf of the cupboard by the fireplace in the schoolroom." "I've never seen no doll's house," said Pod. "Well, it's in the cupboard," said the boy, "right up by the ceiling. You can't see it. You've got to climb on the lower shelves to get to it." "What sort of things are there in the doll's house?" asked Harriette from the sitting room. "Oh, everything," the boy told her. "Carpets and rugs and beds with mattresses, and there's a bird in a cage, not a real one, of course, and cooking pans and tables and 5 gilt chairs and a pot with a palm in it, a dish of plaster tarts and an imitation leg of mutton." Homily leaned across to Pod. "Tell him to nail us down lightly," she whispered. Pod stared at her, and she nodded vigorously, clasping her hands. Pod turned to the boy. "All right," he said. days pushing and pulling, she still would leave nothing until morning. "Let's just try it," she would beg, lifting up one end of a large doll's sideboard so that Pod would have to lift the other. It won't take a minute, but as Pod well knew, in actual fact it would be several hours before, dishevelled and aching, they finally dropped into bed. Even then, Homily would sometimes hop out to have one last look. In the meantime, in payment for these riches, Arrietty would read to the boy every afternoon in the long grass beyond the cherry tree. He would lie on his back, and she would stand beside his shoulder and tell him when to turn the page. They were happy days to look back on afterwards, with the blue sky beyond the cherry boughs, the grasses softly stirring, and the boy's great ear listening beside her. She grew to know that ear quite well, with its curves and shadows and sunlit pinks and golds. Sometimes, as she grew bolder, she would lean against his shoulder. He was very still while she read to him, and always grateful. What worlds they would explore together, strange worlds to Arrietty. She learned a lot, and some of the things she learned were hard to accept. She was made to realise once and for all that this earth on which they lived, turning about in space, did not revolve, as she had believed, for the sake of little people, nor for big people either, she reminded the boy when she saw his secret smile. In the cool of the evening, Pod would come for her, a rather weary Pod, dishevelled and dusty, to take her back for tea, and at home there would be an excited Homily and fresh delights to discover. "Shut your eyes," Homily would cry. "Now open them," and Arrietty, in a dream of joy, would see her home transformed. All kinds of surprises there were. Even one day, lace curtains at the grating, looped up with pink string. Their only sadness was that there was no one there to see, no visitors, no casual droppers in, no admiring cries and envious glances. What would Homily have not given for an over, mantle, or a harpsichord? Even a rain barrel would have been better than no one at all. "You write to your Uncle Henry," Homily suggested, "and tell him. A nice long letter, mind, and don't leave anything out." Arrietty began the letter on the back of one of the discarded pieces of blotting paper, but it became, as she wrote it, just a dull list, far too long, like a sale catalogue or the inventory of a house to let. She would have to keep jumping up to count spoons or to look up words in the dictionary, and after a while she laid it aside. There was so much else to do, so many new books to read, and so much now that she could talk off with the boy. "He's been ill," she told her mother and father. "He's been here for the quiet and the country air, but soon he'll go back to India. Did you know," she asked the amazed Homily, "that the Arctic night lasts 6 months, and that the distance between the two poles is less than that between the two extremities of a diameter drawn through the equator?" Yes, they were happy days, and all would have been well, as Pod said afterwards, if they had stuck to borrowing from the doll's house. No one in the human household seemed to remember it was there, and consequently nothing was missed. The drawing room, however, could not help but be a temptation. It was so seldom used nowadays. There were so many knick-knack tables which had been out of Pod's reach, and the boy, of could use your painted ceiling, she explained to Ariete, and there are quite enough of those toy builders' bricks to make a parquet floor. Parquet, she would say. Parquet, just like a harpsichord. Even great Aunt Sophie, right away upstairs in the littered grandeur of her bedroom, seemed distantly affected by a spirit of endeavour which seemed to flow in gleeful whirls and eddies about the staid old house. Several times lately, Pod, when he went to her room, had found her out of bed. He went there nowadays not to borrow, but to rest. The room, one might almost say, had become his club, a place to which he could go to get away from things. Pod was a little irked by his riches. He had never visualised, not in his wildest dreams, borrowing such as this. Homily, he felt, should call a halt. Surely now their home was grand enough. These jewelled snuff-boxes and diamond-encrusted miniatures, these filigree vanity cases and Dresden figurines, all, as he knew from the drawing-room cabinet, were not really necessary. What was the good of a shepherdess, nearly as tall as Ariete, or an outsized candle snuffer? Sitting just inside the fender, where he could warm his hands at the fire, he watched Aunt Sophie hobble slowly round the room on her two sticks. She'll be downstairs soon, I shouldn't wonder, he thought glumly, hardly listening to her oft-told tale about a royal luncheon aboard a Russian yacht. Then she'll miss these things. It was not Aunt Sophie, however, who missed them first. It was Mrs. Driver. Mrs. Driver had never forgotten the trouble over Rosa Pickhatchet. It had not been, at the time, easy to pinpoint the guilt. Even Crampfurl had felt under suspicion. From now on, Mrs. Driver had said, I'll manage on me own. No more strange maids in this house. A drop of Madeira here, a pair of old stockings there, a handkerchief or so, an odd vest, or an occasional pair of gloves. These, Mrs. Driver felt, were different. These were within her rights. But trinkets out of the drawing-room cabinet, that, she told herself grimly, staring at the depleted shelves, was a different story altogether. Standing there on that fateful day in the spring sunshine, feather duster in hand, her little black eyes had become slits of anger and cunning. She felt tricked. It was, she calculated, as though someone, suspecting her dishonesty, were trying to catch her out. But who could it be? Crampfurl, that boy, the man who came to wind the clocks. These things had disappeared gradually, one by one. It was someone, of that she felt sure, who knew the house, and someone who wished her ill. Could it, she wondered suddenly, be the mistress herself? The old girl had been out of bed lately and walking about her room. Might she not have come downstairs in the night, poking about with her stick, snooping and spying? Mrs. Driver remembered suddenly the empty Madeira bottle and the two glasses which so often were left on the kitchen table. Ah, thought Mrs. Driver, was not this just the sort of thing she might do? The sort of thing she would cackle over, back upstairs, again among her pillows, watching and waiting for Mrs. Driver to report the loss. Everything all right downstairs, Driver? That's what she'd always say, and she would look at Mrs. Driver sideways out of those mocking old eyes of hers. I wouldn't put it past her, Mrs. Driver exclaimed aloud, gripping her feather duster as though it were a club. And a nice, merry Andrew she'd look if I could. Mrs. Driver was short with Granville that evening. She would not sit down and drink with him as usual, but stumped about the kitchen, looking at him sideways, every now and again out of the corners of her eyes. He looked uneasy, as indeed he was. There was a kind of menace in her silence, a hidden something which no one could ignore. Even Aunt Sophie had felt it when Mrs. Driver brought up her wine. She heard it in the clink of the decanter against the glass as Mrs. Driver set down the tray, and in the rattle of the wooden rings as Mrs. Driver drew the curtains. It was in the tremble of the floorboards as Mrs. Driver crossed the room, and in the click of the latch as Mrs. Driver closed the door. What's the matter with her now? Aunt Sophie wondered vaguely, as delicately, ungreedily, she poured the first glass. The boy had felt it too, from the way Mrs. Driver had stared at him as he sat hunched in the bath, from the way she soaped the loofah, and the way she said, "And now?" She had scrubbed him slowly with a careful, angry steadiness, and all through the bathing time she did not say a word. When he was in bed, she had gone through all his things, peering into cupboards and opening his drawers. She had pulled his suitcase out from under the wardrobe and found his dear dead mole, and his hoard of sugar lumps, and her best potato knife. But even then she had not spoken. She had thrown the mole into the waste paper basket, and had made sharp noises with her tongue. She pocketed the potato knife and all the sugar lumps. She had stared at him a moment before she turned the gas low. A strange stare it had been, more puzzled than accusing. Mrs. Driver slept above the scullery. She had her own back stairs. That night she did not undress. She set the alarm clock for midnight and put it where the tick would not disturb her. Outside her door she unbuttoned her tight shoes and crawled, grunting a little, onto the eiderdown. She had barely closed her eyes, as she told Granville afterwards, when the clock shrilled off, chattering and rattling on its four thin legs on the bare boards of the passageway. Mrs. Driver tumbled herself out of bed and fumbled her way to the door. "Shush," she said to the clock as she felt for the catch. "Shush," and clasped it to her bosom. She stood there in her stockinged feet at the head of the scullery stairs. Something, it seemed, had flickered below, a hint of light. there she stood, marooned, crying and gasping and calling out for help, until, after hours it seemed, there was a rattling at the scullery door. Crampfurl it was, roused at last by the light and the noise. "What is it?" he called. "Let me in." But Mrs. Driver would not leave the table. "A nest, a nest," she shouted, alive and squeaking. Crampfurl threw his weight against the door and burst open the lock. He staggered, slightly dazed, into the kitchen, his corduroy trousers pulled on over his nightshirt. "Where?" he cried, his eyes wide beneath his tousled hair. "What sort of a nest?" Mrs. Driver, sobbing still with fright, pointed at the floor. Crampfurl walked over in his slow, deliberate way and stared down. He saw a hole in the floor, lined and cluttered with small objects. Children's toys they looked like, bits of rubbish, that was all. "It's nothing," he said after a moment. "It's that boy, that's what it is." He stirred the contents with his foot, and all the partitions fell down. "There ain't nothing alive in there." "But I saw them, I tell you," gasped Mrs. Driver. "Little people, like with hands or mice dressed up." Crampfurl stared into the hole. "Mice dressed up," he repeated uncertainly. "Hundreds of them," went on Mrs. Driver, "running and squeaking. I saw them, I tell you." "Well, there ain't nothing there now," said Crampfurl, and he gave a final stare round with his boot. "Then they've run away," she cried, "under the floor, up inside the walls. The place is alive with them." "Well," said Crampfurl, stolidly, "maybe. But if you ask me, I think it's that boy, where he hides things." His eye brightened and he went down on one knee. "Where he's got the ferret, I shouldn't wonder." "Listen," cried Mrs. Driver, and there was a despairing note in her voice. "You've got to listen. This wasn't no boy, and it wasn't no ferret." She reached for the back of the chair and lowered herself clumsily onto the floor. She came beside him to the edge of the hole. "They had hands and faces, I tell you. Look," she said, pointing. "See that? It's a bed, and now I come to think of it, one of them was in it." "Now you come to think of it," said Crampfurl. "Yes," went on Mrs. Driver firmly, "and there's something else I come to think of. Remember that girl, Rosa Pickhatchet?" "The one that was simple. Well, simple or not, she saw one on the drawing-room mantelpiece, with a beard." "One what?" asked Crampfurl. Mrs. Driver glared at him. "What I've been telling you about. One of these. "Mice dressed up," said Crampfurl. "Not mice," Mrs. Driver almost shouted. "Mice don't have beards." "But you said," began Crampfurl. "Yes, I know I said it. Not that these had beards, but what would you call them? What could they be but mice?" "Not so loud," whispered Crampfurl. "You'll wake the house up." "They can't hear," said Mrs. Driver. "Not through the baize door." She went to the stove and picked up the fire tongs. "And what if they do? We ain't done nothing." "Move over," she went on, "and let me get at the hole." One by one Mrs. Driver picked things out, with many shocked gasps, cries of amazement, and "Did you evers?" She made 2 piles on the floor, one of valuables and one of what she called rubbish, curious objects dangled from the tongs. Would you believe it? Her best lace handkerchiefs. "Look, here's another, and my big mattress needle. I knew I had one. My silver thimble, if you please, and one of hers. And look, oh my, at the wools." That's too much. It really is. Dolls, chairs, tables, and look at this blotting paper. So that's where it goes. Oh my goodness gracious, she cried suddenly, her eyes staring. What's this? Mrs. Driver laid down the tongs and leaned over the hole, tentatively and fearfully, as though afraid of being stung. It's a watch, an emerald watch, her watch, and she's never missed it. Her voice rose, and it's going. Look, you can see by the kitchen clock, 12:25. Mrs. Driver sat down suddenly on a hard chair. Her eyes were staring, and her face looked white and flabby, as though deflated. You know what this means, she said to Granville. No, he said. The police, said Mrs. Driver. That's what this means. A case for the police. Okay, we'll leave it there. And next we'll read chapter 18. I hope you enjoyed the reading of those two chapters. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers saying I shall see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we are going to read the final parts of The Borrowers by Mary Norton. This is chapter 18. The boy lay trembling a little beneath the bedclothes. The screwdriver was under his mattress. He had heard the alarm clock. He had heard Mrs. Driver exclaim on the stairs, and he had run. The candle on the table beside his bed still smelt a little, and the wax must still be warm. He lay there waiting, but they did not come upstairs. After hours, it seemed, he heard the hall clock strike 1. All seemed quiet. Below, and at last he slipped out of bed and crept along the passage to the head of the stairway. There he sat for a while, shivering a little and gazing downwards into the darkened hall. There was no sound but the steady tick of the clock, and occasionally that shuffle or whisper, which might be wind, but which, as he knew, was the sound of the house itself. The sigh of the tired floors and the ache of knotted wood. So quiet it was that at last he found courage to move and to tiptoe down the staircase and along the kitchen passage. He listened a while outside the baize door, and at length, very gently, he pushed it open. The kitchen was silent and filled with greyish darkness. He felt, as Mrs. Driver had done, along the shelf for the matches, and he struck a light partitions fallen, earth floors revealed, where Pod had dug down to give greater height to the rooms. Matchsticks, an old cogwheel, onion skins, scattered bottle tops. The boy stared, blinking his eyelids and tilting the candle so that the grease ran hot on his hand. Then he got up from his knees and, crossing the kitchen on tiptoe, he closed the scullery door. He came back to the hole, and leaning down he called softly, "Arrietty, Arrietty." After a while he called again. Something else fell hot on his hand. It was a tear. From his eye, angrily he brushed it away, and leaning farther into the hole, he called once more. "Pod," he whispered. "Homily." They appeared so quietly that at first, in the wavering light of the candle, he did not see them. Silent they stood, looking up at him with scared white faces from what had been the passage outside the storerooms. "Where have you been?" asked the boy. Pod cleared his throat. "Up at the end of the passage, under the clock." "I've got to get you out," said the boy. "Where to?" asked Pod. "I don't know. What about the attic?" "That ain't no good," said Pod. "I heard them talking. They're going to get the police and a cat and the sanitary inspector and the rat catcher from the town hall at Leighton Buzzard." They were all silent. Little eyes stared at big eyes. "There won't be nowhere in the house that's safe," Pod said at last, and no one moved. "What about the doll's house on the top shelf in the schoolroom?" suggested the boy. "Even a cat can't get there." Homily gave a little moan of assent. "Yes," she said, "the doll's house." "No," said Pod, in the same expressionless voice. "You can't live on a shelf. Maybe the cat can't get up, but no more can't you get down. You're stuck. You got to have water." "I'd bring you water," said the boy. He touched the pile of rubbish. "And there are beds and things here." "No," said Pod, "a shelf ain't no good. Besides, you'll be going soon, or so they say." "Oh, Pod," pleaded Homily in a husky whisper. "There's stairs in the doll's house, and 2 bedrooms and a dining room, and a kitchen and a bathroom," she said. "But it's up by the ceiling," Pod explained wearily. "You got to eat, haven't you?" he asked, "and drink." "Yes, Pod, I know, but there ain't no buts," said Pod. He drew a long breath. "We got to emigrate," he said. "Oh," moaned Homily softly, and Arrietty began to cry. "Now don't take on," said Pod in a tired voice. Arrietty had covered her face with her hands, and her tears ran through her fingers. The boy, watching, saw them glisten in the candlelight. "I'm not taking on," she gasped. "I'm so happy, happy." "You mean," said the boy to Pod, but with one eye on Arrietty, "you'll go to the Badgers set?" He too felt a mounting excitement. "Where else?" asked Pod. "Oh my goodness gracious," moaned Homily, and sat down on the broken matchbox chest of drawers. "But you've got to go somewhere tonight," said the boy. "You've got to go somewhere before tomorrow morning." "Oh my goodness gracious," moaned Homily again. "He's right at that," said Pod. "Can't cross them fields in the dark. Bad enough getting across them in daylight." "I know," cried Arrietty. Her wet face glistened in the candlelight. asked Homily. In your hands? Yes, said the boy. I'd rather die, said Homily. I'd rather stay right here and be eaten by the rat catcher from the town hall at Leighton Buzzard. The boy looked around the kitchen. He seemed bewildered. Shall I carry you in the peg bag? He asked at last, seeing it hanging in its usual place on the handle of the scullery door. All right, said Homily, take out the pegs first. But she walked into it bravely enough when he laid it out on the floor. It was soft and floppy and made of woven raffia. When he picked it up, Homily shrieked and clung to Pod and Arrietty. Oh, she gasped as the bag swayed a little. Oh, I can't. Stop it. Put me out. Oh, oh. And clutching and slipping, they fell into a tangle at the bottom. Be quiet, Homily, can't you? Exclaimed Pod angrily, and held her tightly by the ankle. It was not easy to control her, as he was lying on his back, with his face pushed forward on his chest, and one leg held upright by the side of the bag, somewhere above his head. Arrietty climbed up, away from them, clinging to the knots of raffia, and looked out over the edge. Oh, I can't, cried Homily. Stop it, Pod, I'm dying. Tell him to put us down. Put us down, said Pod, in his patient way. Just for a moment. That's right, on the floor. And as once again the bag was placed beside the hole, they all ran out. Look here, said the boy unhappily to Homily. You've got to try. She'll try all right, said Pod. Give her a breather and take it slower, if you see what I mean. All right, agreed the boy, but there isn't much time. Come on, he said nervously. Hop in. Listen, cried Pod sharply and froze. The boy, looking down, saw their three upturned faces catching the light. Like pebbles they looked, still and stony against the darkness within the hole. And then, in a flash, they were gone. The boards were empty, and the hole was bare. He leaned into it. Pod, he called in a frantic whisper. Homily, come back. And then he too became frozen, stooped and rigid above the hole. The scullery door creaked open behind him. It was Mrs. Driver. She stood there silent, this time in her nightdress. Turning, the boy stared up at her. Hello, he said, uncertainly, after a moment. She did not smile, but something lightened in her eyes, a malicious gleam, a look of triumph. She carried a candle which shone upwards on her face, streaking it strangely with light and shadow. What are you doing down here? She asked. He stared at her, but he did not speak. Answer me, she said. And what are you doing with the peg bag? Still he stared at her almost stupidly. The peg bag, he repeated, and looked down as though surprised to see it in his hand. Nothing, he said. Was it you who put the watch in the hole? No, he said, staring up at her again. It was there already. Ah, she said and smiled. So you knew it was there? No, he said, I mean yes. Do you know what you are? Asked Mrs. Driver, watching him closely. You are a sneaking, thieving, noxious little driblet of no good. His face quivered. Why? He said. You know why. You're a wicked, black-hearted, fribbling little pickpocket. That's what you are. And so are they. They're nasty, crafty, scampy, scurvy, squeaking little. No, they're schoolroom and lock the door, and he heard the boards of the passage creak beneath her tread as, satisfied, she moved away. He crept into bed then, because he was cold, and cried his heart out under the blankets. Chapter 19. "And that," said Mrs. May, laying down her crochet hook, "is really the end." Kate stared at her. "Oh, it can't be," she gasped. "Oh, please, please." "The last square," said Mrs. May, smoothing it out on her knee. "The 150th. Now we can sew them together." "Oh," said Kate, breathing again. "The quilt. I thought you meant the story." "It's the end of the story too," said Mrs. May absently, "in a way." And she began to sort out the squares. But, stammered Kate, "you can't. I mean, was Crumpfurl's cat, a large yellow tom with white streaks in it. According to Mrs. Driver, it had only two ideas in its head: to get out of the house or into the larder. Talk of borrowers, Mrs. Driver would say, as she slammed down the fish pie for my brother's luncheon. That cat's a borrower, if ever there was one. Borrowed the fish, that cat did, and a good half bowl of egg sauce. But the cat wasn't there long. The first thing the rat-catcher's terriers did was to chase it out of the house. There was a dreadful set too, my brother said. They chased it everywhere, upstairs and downstairs, in and out of all the rooms, barking their heads off. The last glimpse my brother had of the cat was streaking away through the spinney and across the fields with the terriers after it. Did they catch it? No, Mrs. May laughed. It was still there when I went a year later, a little morose, but as fit as a fiddle. Tell about when you went. Oh, I wasn't there long, said Mrs. May, rather hastily, and after that the house was sold. My brother never went back. Kate stared at her suspiciously, pressing her needle against the centre of her lower lip. So they never caught the little people, she said at last. Mrs. May's eyes flicked away. No, they never actually caught them, but, she hesitated, as far as my poor brother was concerned, what they did do seemed even worse. What did they do? Mrs. May laid down her work and stared for a moment thoughtfully at her idle hands. I hated the rat-catcher, she said suddenly. Why, did you know him? Everybody knew him. He had a wall eye. And his name was Rich William. He was also the pig killer, and, well, he did other things as well. He had a gun, a hatchet, a spade, a pickaxe, and a contraption with bellows for smoking things out. I don't know what the smoke was exactly, poisoned fumes of some kind, which he made himself from herbs and chemicals. I only remember the smell of it. It clung round the barns or wherever he'd been. You can imagine what my brother felt on that third day, the day he was leaving, when suddenly he smelled that smell. He was all dressed and ready to go. The bags were packed and down in the hall. Mrs. Driver exposing the wainscot, and as my brother saw at once, the hole had been blocked and sealed. The front door was open as usual, and the sunshine streamed in. The bags stood there beside the fibre mat, cooking a little in the golden warmth. The fruit trees beyond the bank had shed their petals and were lit with tender green, transparent in the sunlight. "Plenty of time," said Mrs. Driver, glancing up at the clock. "The cab's not due till 3:30. "The clock stopped," said my brother. Mrs. Driver turned. She was wearing her hat and her best black coat, ready to take him to the station. She looked strange and tight and chapel-going, not a bit like Driver. "So it has," she said. Her jaw dropped and her cheeks became heavy and pendulous. "It's moving it," she decided after a moment. "It'll be all right." She went on. "Once we get it back, Mr. Frith comes on Friday," and she dragged again at his arm above the elbow. "Where are we going?" he asked, holding back. "Along to the kitchen. We've got a good 10 minutes. Don't you want to see them caught?" "No," he said. "No," and pulled away from her. Mrs. Driver stared at him, smiling a little. "I do," she said. "I'd like to see 'em close. He puffs this stuff in and they come running out. At least that's how it works with rats. But first, he says, you have to block up all the exits." And her eyes followed my brother's to the hole below the wainscot. "How did they find it?" he asked then. Puttied it looked, and with a square of brown paper pasted on crooked. "Rich William found it. That's his job. They couldn't stick that," said the boy after a moment. Mrs. Driver laughed, quite amiably for once. "Oh no, they couldn't. Not now. They couldn't. Cemented firm, that is. A great block of it, right inside, with a sheet of iron across from the front, out of that old stove in the outhouse. He and Crampfurl had to have the morning room floor up to get at it. All Tuesday there was working, up till tea time. We aren't going to have no more capers of that kind, not under the clock. Once you get that clock back, it can't be moved again in a hurry. Not if you want it to keep time, it can't. See where it stood, where the floor's washed away like." It was then my brother saw for the first and last time that raised platform of unscrubbed stone. "Come on now," said Mrs. Driver, and took him by the arm. "We'll hear the cab from the kitchen." But the kitchen, as she dragged him past the baize door, seemed a babel of sound. No approaching cab could be heard here. "Steady, steady, 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 steady," Crampfurl was saying, on one loud note, as he held back the rat-catcher's terriers, which shrilled and panted on the leash. The policeman was there, Nellie Ronacre's son Ernie. He had come out of interest and stood back from the others a little in view of his calling, with a cup of tea in his hand and his helmet pushed off his forehead. But his face was pink with boyish excitement, and he stirred the teaspoon round and round. "Seeing's believing," he said cheerfully to Mrs. Driver, when he saw her come in at the door. A boy from the village was there with a ferret. It kept sort of pouring out of his pocket, my brother said, and the boy kept pushing it back. Rich William himself was crouched on the floor by the hole. He had lighted something beneath a piece of sacking, and the stench of it smouldering eddied about the room. He was working the bellows now with infinite care, stooping over them, rapt and tense. My brother stood there as though in a dream. beside it and half raised one knee, but lowered it again when she caught Ernie Runacre's mocking glance. "All right, Ma," he said, cocking one eyebrow. "We'll give you a leg up when the time comes." And Mrs. Driver threw him a furious look. She snatched up the 3 cups from the table and stumped away with them angrily in the direction of the scullery. "Seemingless smudge of something or other," my brother heard her mutter as she brushed past him. And at those words, suddenly my brother came to life. He threw a quick glance about the kitchen. The men were absorbed. All eyes were on the rat-catcher, except those of the village boy, who was getting out his ferret. Stealthily, my brother drew off his gloves and began to move backwards, slowly, towards the green baize door. As he moved, gently stuffing his gloves into the pocket, he kept his eyes on the group around the hole. He paused a moment beside the rat-catcher's tools and stretched out a wary, groping hand. His fingers closed at last on a wooden handle. Smooth it was and worn with wear. He glanced down quickly to make sure. Yes, it was as he hoped, the pickaxe. He leaned back a little and pushed almost imperceptibly against the door with his shoulders. It opened sweetly in its silent way. Not one of the men had looked up. "Steady now," the rat-catcher was saying, stooping closely over the bellows. "It takes a moment, like, to go right through. There ain't much ventilation, not under a floor." My brother slid through the barely opened door, and it sighed to behind him, closing out the noise. He took a few steps on tiptoe down the dark kitchen passage, and then he ran. There was the hall again, steeped in sunshine, with his bags beside the door. He bumped against the clock, and it struck a note, a trembling note, urgent and deep. He raised the pickaxe to the height of his shoulder and aimed a sideways blow at the hole below the wainscot. The paper tore, a few crumbs of plaster fell out, and the pickaxe rebounded sharply, jarring his hands. There was indeed iron behind the cement, something immovable. Again he struck, and again and again. The wainscot above the hole became split and scratched, and the paper hung down in strips, but still the pickaxe bounced. It was no good. His hands, wet with sweat, were sliding and slipping on the wood. He paused for breath, and looking out, he saw the cab. He saw it on the road, beyond the hedge on the far side of the orchard. Soon it would reach the russet apple tree beside the gate. Soon it would turn into the drive. He glanced up at the clock. It was ticking steadily, the result perhaps of his knock. The sound gave him comfort and steadied his thumping heart. Time, that's what he needed. A little more time. It takes a moment, like the rat-catcher had said, to go right through. There ain't much ventilation, not under a floor. Ventilation, that was the word, the saving word. Pickaxe in hand, my brother ran out of the door. He stumbled once on the gravel path and nearly fell. The pickaxe handle came up and struck him a sharp blow on the temple. Already, when he reached it, a thin filament of smoke was eddying out of the grating, and he thought, as he ran towards it, that there was a flicker of movement against the darkness between the bars, and that was where they would be, of course, to get the air. But he did not stop to make sure. Already he heard behind him the crunch of wheels on the gravel, and the sound of the horse's hooves. He was not, as I have very strong little boy, and he was only 9, not 10 as he had boasted to Arrietty. But with 2 great blows on the brickwork, he dislodged one end of the grating. It fell sideways, slightly on a slant, hanging, it seemed, by one nail. Then he clambered up the bank and threw the pickaxe with all his might into the long grass beyond the cherry tree. He remembered thinking as he stumbled back, sweaty and breathless, towards the cab, how that, too, the loss of the pickaxe, would cause its own kind of trouble later. Chapter 20. "But," exclaimed Kate, "didn't he see them come out?" "No." Mrs. Driver came along then in a flurry of annoyance because they were late for the train. She bustled him into the cab because she wanted to get back again, she said, as fast as she could, to be in at the death. Mrs. Driver was like that. Kate was silent a moment, looking down. "So that is the end," she said at last. "Yes," said Mrs. May, "in a way, or the beginning." But Kate raised a worried face. Perhaps they didn't escape through the grating. Perhaps they were caught after all. "Oh, they escaped all right," said Mrs. May lightly. "But how do you know?" "I just know," said Mrs. May. "But how did they get across those fields, with the cows and things? excitedly. When they had a little roast, they skinned horse and baked them, but they taste like brown potatoes. Perhaps, said Mrs. May, but they couldn't cook in the badger's set. I suppose they cooked out of doors. How would they keep warm then in winter? Do you know what I think? Said Mrs. May. She laid down her work and leaned forward a little. I think that they didn't live in the badger's set at all. I think they used it, with all its passages and storerooms, as a great honeycomb of an entrance hall. None but they would know the secret way through the tunnels which led at last to their home. Borrowers love passages, and they love gates, and they love to live a long way from their own front doors. Where would they live then? I was wondering, said Mrs. May, about the gas pipe. Oh yes, cried Kate, I see what you mean. The soil's all soft and sandy up there. I think they'd go right through the badger's set and dig out a circular chamber, level with the gas pipe, and off this chamber, all around it, there'd be little rooms like cabins, and I think, said Mrs. May, that they'd bore 3 little pinholes in the gas pipe. One would be so tiny that you could hardly see it, and that one would be always alight. The other 2 would have stoppers in them, which, when they wanted to light the gas, they would pull out. They would light the bigger ones from the small burner. That's where they'd cook, and that would give them light. But would they be so clever? But they are clever, Mrs. Maeve assured her. Very clever, much too clever to live near a gas pipe and not use it. They're borrowers, remember. But they'd want a little hole. Oh, said Mrs. May quickly, they did have one. How do you know? Asked Kate. Because once, when I was up there, I smelled hot pot. Oh, cried Kate excitedly. She twisted round and knelt up on the hassock. So you did go up. There. So that's how you know. You saw them too. No, no, said Mrs. May, drawing back a little in her chair. I never saw them. Never. But you went up there. You know something. I can see you know. Yes, I went up there. Mrs. May stared back into Kate's eager face. Hesitant she seemed, almost a little guilty. Well, she conceded at last, I'll tell you, for what it's worth. When I went to stay in that house, it was just before Aunt Sophie went into the nursing home. I knew the place was going to be sold, so again Mrs. May hesitated almost shyly. Well, I took all the furniture out of the doll's house and put it in a pillowcase and took it up there. I bought things too out of my pocket money, tea and coffee beans and salt and pepper and cloves and a great packet of lump sugar, and I took a whole lot of little pieces of silk which were over from making a patchwork quilt, and I took them some fish bones case there might be a scrap of silk or a coffee bean, but there was nothing. Of course, somebody passing might just have picked it up and carried it away. That was the day, said Mrs. May, smiling, that I smelled hot pot. And which was the day, asked Kate, that you found Ariette's diary? Mrs. May laid down her work. Kate, she began in a startled voice, and then uncertainly she smiled. What makes you say that? Her cheeks had become quite pink. I guessed, said Kate. I knew there was something he wouldn't tell me. Like reading somebody else's diary. It wasn't the diary, said Mrs. May hastily, but her cheeks had become even pinker. It was the book called Memoranda, the book with blank pages. That's where she'd written it, and it wasn't on that day I found it, but 3 weeks later, the day before I left. Kate sat silent, staring at Mrs. May. After a while she drew a long breath. Then that proves it, she said finally. Underground chamber and all. Not quite, said Mrs. May. Why not? Asked Kate. Ariette used to make her E's like little half-moons with a stroke in the middle. Well, said Kate. Mrs. May